Hello, welcome. How's everybody doing today? Good? Good, well, welcome. We kind of didn't expect this many people to come, so super happy that this many people showed up in person, but we do have some people virtually. So if you're here, if you're on Zoom, welcome as well. If you could let us know in the comments through a chat if there's any audio problems throughout, just so you know, Candy will be speaking, but somebody will be monitoring the Zoom comments. So if you have a question, let us know and we'll make sure to have Candy address it. And also, yeah, let us know if there's any IT issues. We had some this morning. The microphone didn't work. We had to show up 2 hours early, and 15 minutes before, everything finally worked. So that usually is not the way it works, but I'll take it. Okay, so everything's good there, Sean? Yep. Okay, everything looks good there, honey? Yeah, it looks good. And then, Rob, can you hear me okay? Okay, that's yeses all around. So I know that you all came to listen to Candy, but I'm going to talk first, but not very long. I promise I'll be quick. I wanted to kind of start off with a little bit of why we're here. I think that's always the best way to start a conference, because we've done a lot of these, and when you just jump right in the material, it's like, well, why are we talking about what we're talking about? So I want to share a little bit about how we got here, because it kind of paints the picture, and I know a lot of you know us from a lot of different ways, so it kind of aligns us on one wavelength. So I started life as a CPA. I was an accountant. I was working as a financial statement auditor, and then I actually was an investment banker for about 4 years. And in 2018, my sister has been doing this kind of stuff for a long time. She helped me immensely from 2013 to 2018. Finally, I had enough of corporate world, enough of Western medicine, and I jumped ship. And I opened what a lot of you know is Symmetry Natural Health in 2018. That didn't last through COVID, which stunk, but it was literally just walking distance from here. So we had no reputation. We knew nobody in the area. We had one practitioner, and we grew from 0 clients in December of 2018 to over 2,000 people through the door in 15 months. That's the demand for natural health, and it's going up, and we're seeing it continue to go up. COVID was a weird dip. Like, we should have got way busier, and we actually lost like 60% of our business at Symmetry, which is why we had to close, which is crazy, because we should have been the first place people would have gone to, but everybody was so scared. Yeah, come on in. Oh, okay, yep, whenever they come, all good. So I met Candy in May of 2018, before we opened Symmetry. And it was at a conference just kind of like this. She was teaching, I was learning. And we hit it off, and now, obviously, we're married. But I convinced her to move here in January of 2020, right? Which is like, if you ever meet somebody, don't try to convince them to come to Wisconsin in January. It was 5 below 0 when the plane landed. I'm like, oh man, she's going back. Like, she's not gonna make it. But she stuck with me. So if you know anything about Symmetry Natural Health, we took all the clients there and we moved them over to our office in Wanakee called the Family Holistic. And what we do is we work with clients, but primarily with supplements. Because truthfully, the only way to run a business economically is to sell supplements. You can't make nutrition advice. You just can't get enough business to live. I don't know if any of you have health coach friends or nutritionist friends. It's really hard to make it. You can't have your own practice. Basically, it's very difficult. So we sell supplements. And that's the only way it would work on a one-on-one basis, is to sell supplements. But we always knew we were missing something. We're missing the nutrition. And Candy, always tried to give it to people, but when she'd be driving home, we'd be going home from a long day at work, and I'd be like, how did today go? And she goes, I'm missing this piece. I need to tell them to do this, this, and this, but I don't have enough time. So for 2 years, we ran into this problem. We were trying to help people, and supplements weren't going to do all of it. We needed to touch on nutrition. So we knew that pretty early on from when she got here. And again, we have to find a way to make it economical. So we actually tried to open a different weight loss thing like over 2 years ago. It wasn't the right fit. It wasn't the right message. It wasn't the right kind of business opportunity. And then we ran across an ad, and if you want to elaborate on this later, we ran across an ad on Instagram to open up an online business, to do an online coaching program. And the promise was you can help people on a many-to-one relationship online through Zoom. And so we were like, oh, that sounds great. This might be the opportunity for us to teach people the nutrition that we know that we're just itching to share, but we just can't do it because we don't have time with our clients. So that is why Primal Bod started. right? So a lot of you in here know Primal Bod. A lot of you are members. Some of you are just family holistic clients that have heard a little bit about it, probably a little bit confused. Some of you have probably watched the masterclass. Some of you probably haven't. That's all good. We called this conference the Primal Force Conference because the stuff that we're going to teach you today is centered in what we've learned from the Primal Bod. It's not going to be the same material that we teach in our online course, but it's going to be the stuff that we've learned over the last, well, Candy has really learned. I just listen to her. That she has learned over the last 2 years. And I will tell you that what we thought we knew before 2021, before we kind of had this miracle of a serendipitous moment where we figured out some of the truths behind how the body really works, before that we were taught we knew nothing. And what Candy is going to teach you today is going to be the stuff that that we should all be taught in like elementary school and middle school and high school. It's the stuff that we're supposed to know that has been stripped of us because of profit, because Western medicine doesn't make money if you know what we're going to share with you, right? Like it's the things that are going to, we're not doctors, so I'm not going to tell you we're going to cure your cancer, but I'll tell you if you follow her advice, you will, based on what other doctors are saying, lower your chance of getting cancer. Right? You're going to lower your chance of getting lifelong illness. You're going to feel great. You're going to feel better than you've ever felt before. So that's what's going to be here today, right? That's why I think one of the emails we sent out. This is funny. I wrote in there because I read a lot of the emails, right? Because she's seeing clients and I'm the one kind of behind the scenes, and I wrote, I'm going to share with you all this bleeding edge technology. And somebody's like, well, I don't know about bleeding edge. And I'm like, it is going to be bleeding edge, but it's going to be based in science. So I think without further ado, here is Candy to get things started.
Hi, guys. Got my tight pants on today. Tom, as soon as I walked in, he goes, tight pants? And I go, oh, I'm a little self-conscious now. Thank you, honey. Tom's going to get up later today and talk about thermogenesis, which is one of the 8 primal forces. But thank you so much. Now you all understand why I moved to Wisconsin in January, right? He's a keeper. Okay, so welcome to the Primal Forces Conference. This is, like Tom said, it's a blending of what I do at the Family Holistic, which is teach people about their bodies, right? And what I've done with the Primal Bod weight loss program. Okay, so let's jump right in. This is the topics for today. So you guys all have your handouts so you can refer back and see where are we at. It all starts with my story because you guys need to hear my background and why I got to where I am today and why I'm as passionate about what I am. So this is me as a kid. I grew up on a ranch out in Forks, Washington. So how many of you have watched the Twilight movies or read the Twilight books? I'm from Forks, okay? Before vampires, before werewolves, there was this little gal in little tiny Forks, Washington. Tiny little town, one stoplight. We had, there was 99 people in my graduating class, right? Small, everyone knew everyone. And we had a huge family ranch. So this was generational. And my family owned hundreds of acres of property. And so I had the wilderness at my fingertips whenever I wanted. So that's me and my cousin up there. She's in the red hat. And that's my dad behind the horse. So here's some pictures. This is my dad here. Jim Mansfield is his name. You guys can look him up on Facebook. He's a hunting and fishing guide. He's kind of famous for what he does. He's taken famous people, famous sports people fishing. He's really well known in the community where I'm from. People have written books about him. He's caught record-breaking fish, and he hunts and he guides. And so this was my life. I grew up fishing. This is my stepmom here and my little sister. And we grew up getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning to go out and catch wild salmon on the rivers. My dad's boat does not have a motor. He literally rows it. And he's been doing this since I was 3 years old. So I grew up on my family farm. That's me up there with my best friend, my cousins, my sister. And as you can see, I don't know if you could see, these are old pictures, but the mud on our feet. We literally grew up in the mud playing on the ranch. Hi, Lisa. And this picture over here is my grandfather. And this is my dad's father. And he is probably the most influential person in my life as far as wanting to get into nutrition, okay? So he was, he grew up on that ranch. His dad bought the ranch. and he grew up there. He went into the Army after high school and actually went into the CIA for some time. He was a rancher, and I never saw him in a pair of jeans. That guy always wore dress pants, no matter what. But he had this other job that he did, that he was a log scaler because it was a logging community. And so everyone knew my grandfather, and he was all about food. The man was all about food. We would go in after school, and he'd be cooking a pot of, you never knew what was in there. It could be cow brains, cow tongue, you didn't know, right? But we ate the whole animal. And I know, and my great Uncle Tom would come in, and he would cut off chunks. They'd be butchering the meat, and he'd cut off chunks of raw meat and eat it, take a shot of vodka. They were all German. And so this is how I grew up. I grew up, my dad, the son of a rancher, who was also a rancher himself, turned into this hunting and fishing guide, right? So you have the two different aspects of the world that I grew up in, very close to nature. I mean, after school, we were fly fishing in my driveway, right? We were practicing our angles. We were bow hunting on the weekends. So that's where it kind of came from, is this connection with nature, but also my nutrition. I was so excited whenever I would make that connection with nutrition, and my grandpa, and he would say, well, you eat the glands to help support your glands. You eat the liver to help support your liver. This is all stuff he knew and he passed down to me. And it didn't leave me. However, I grew up in this whole other side of the world too, right? Where it was the 80s and we had sugar and we had all kinds of stuff. I put this picture up because that over there is my step-grandmother. That's my mom's stepmom. And I never knew a life without her. She married my grandpa before I was born, so she was my grandma. But look at her looking at the cake. This literally, and she struggled with her weight. She is my last remaining grandparent, actually. She lives in Arizona. She struggled with her weight and her whole entire life, but we ate what everybody else ate at the time. Now, I also ate wild salmon and deer and elk, but we also ate a lot of this junk too. My mom tried her best with us, but I knew a little bit about sugar. She didn't let us have pop. And so she tried her best, but really, it was top ramen and macaroni and cheese. That's what I grew up on, right? So I was kind of a sick kid. And then this happened. I had a little tiny baby. That's him right there. And then I went on to have two more, which are in the back. Those two strapping boys back there. And my life changed. My life, as any mom does, it went from, being self-centered focused to, oh my gosh, I have this little baby, right? Like, I didn't care when I was sick. I'd go to the doctor, get on antibiotics, and, in 2 months, I'd get sick again, right? Go to the doctor, get on antibiotics. That was my story. But then I had this baby, and I thought, whoa, this baby needs me to take care of him. Like, I don't know how to do this, right? And I wanted him to be healthy and happy, and he wasn't. He was sick. He was sick just like I was. And I thought, nope, I am not doing this. I am not going to let this baby be sick. And so I started researching, and I started looking around, and always my grandpa was there kind of guiding me. When I first had Sean, he actually made me pump a bottle of breast milk so he could put it in the fridge to see if there was enough fat in the breast milk. Now, the baby was roly-poly. There was fat all over his body, so you knew he was getting fat, but my grandpa knew that fat was so critical for his brain development. And he would say, you got to get the baby the fat so his brain works. He didn't understand the mechanisms behind it, but he understood. Oh, maybe he did. He was in the CIA. Maybe he completely understood it. So I had this baby, and I was like determined. I remember taking Sean to the library when he was 1 year old, and I was like, okay, I got to figure this out. I went over to the nutrition book and like the medical books, and I started looking around, and I found this book about how you could feed yourself omega-3 fatty acids and help your brain. And I thought, okay, I'm going to get this. And then I found a couple other books, and I went home and I just started studying and studying. Now, at the time, I was a hairdresser. Okay, so completely opposite of what I was really like, what my heart wanted to do. Hairdressing was fun. It was a good time, but every weekend, I was at the library getting new books because I needed to know more and more and more. So my clients would come in, they'd sit down on the chair, and they'd be talking about their back pain, and I'd say, well, have you tried B12? And they're like, what's B12, So I had this fascination with nutrition forever. And I started teaching myself, and I kept doing hair, and I met a chiropractor. And the chiropractor was doing muscle testing in the town, and he was a really awesome guy. And I said, I went to see him, took my kids to see him, and I said, I love what you're doing, I want to know more. And he's like, well, I have this whole other business where I teach around the country. And he's like, if you would want to help me with that and do the Facebook stuff, I'll teach you what I know. And I said, okay, and I knew at this moment, because my kids were old enough at this point, I could finally do what I wanted to do. So I looked at him, I said, I'll do this, but you're going to support me to go through nutrition school, and then when I get out, you're going to teach me everything you know. And so that's what happened. So I started a business. It's called Generations of Energy, and we traveled the country, myself and the chiropractor, and I had hired other chiropractors, other doctors to teach at our seminars. So I had a seminar business where we'd go around and teach. I taught nutrition, and the chiropractors would teach adjustment, technique, all muscle testing, all of these other kinds of things. And so that's what led me to Tom. Okay, so I met Tom at a conference. His sister attended one of our conferences, and he was really interested in natural health at the time. And he wanted to open up Symmetry. Now, he was an investment banker. He worked at Baker Tilly. So it was a totally opposite setting for him, but he was really interested in it. So Tom and I just kind of started talking, and I was really interested, and he had a business background, and I was always interested in how can I streamline myself to make myself better. I'm always interested in making myself better and getting my message out to more people. That is always my goal. And so he was like, well, he had all these other ideas, and we just hit it off, and we started communicating pretty frequently, and then this led to that, and here we are today. But Tom is type 1 diabetic, and I knew about type 1 diabetes. How many of you have watched Steel Magnolias? Okay, so you remember Julia Roberts, the character in the movie, had type 1 diabetes. And I remember watching that movie, and I was terrified. I was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know anyone with type 1 diabetes. And I was like, this would be awful. Like, this would be so scary to be around someone with type 1 diabetes. Then I marry someone with type 1 diabetes.
And I'm still scary.
In a different way now. So I met Tom, and we hit it off, and I, at the time, had been formally trained in blood sugar. So I knew, going through nutritional therapy school, I knew that blood sugar was an issue for everyone, and I had been trained in how to address it. And I thought my training was good, and I'm here to tell you it wasn't. And it was the best training. I still stand by it. Nutritional Therapy Association is where I was formally trained, and then I went and got board certified. So I am a board certified holistic nutritionist. But I didn't know crap, you guys. I did not know crap. And, God does his thing, and he works his ways. And so here I am. So through Tom's type 1 diabetes, I learned exactly what was happening to all these women who were coming into my office. So, a lot of you have been to my seminars at my office, or my classes. This is more of a seminar, more of a training. But my classes at my office that we ran all the way through COVID. Remember, we'd all sit down. Jackie's been to a lot of them. We would sit down, and I would just talk about natural health, okay? Because we were outside of what everybody else was doing back then, right? We didn't wear face masks. We were condemned for it. Like, we were doing things different. So we'd have these secret underground classes in my office. And I would teach people natural health, right? And they'd come in, and no one had their face mask on, and we were just sitting there learning. And it was wonderful because I got to teach them supplements, and supplements were what I knew really well. Not only had I taught myself supplements while I was hairdressing, but the chiropractor that I worked with taught me a ton about supplements. And so I have all this information, and I'm like, I got to share this with people. Because Tom said, he's the business side of, we had to do supplements, to make a living, whatever. And yes, it is true. Like, health coaches and nutritionists don't make a good living. But the supplements are the magic. How many of you in here have I helped with just supplements, right? Okay, so the supplements are magic. They do work, but I'm a nutritionist, and I want food to work first. That is the most important thing to me. We need supplements. We shouldn't depend on them, okay? So we started teaching these classes, and I was seeing clients, and my client list grew and grew and grew. We did hardly any advertising. This was the only thing we would advertise were these classes. And my clientele list, I was just getting referrals, and all these people, mostly women, were coming to me. And guess what the number one thing they wanted? Weight loss. The number one thing. They could have MS, Parkinson's, they could have cancer, they could have all of these things, and literally their top 3 health challenges, one of them was weight. Sometimes weight was the most important thing. Now, I do not believe it's because we are that vain, ladies. I don't. I know we are. I will admit I am myself. We want to look good because when we look good, we feel good, right? But I believe that innately we know when we're overweight, we are screwed up. Something is not right with us. Our hormones are out of whack, okay? So we understand that, and I understand that. So I understand when you come to me and say, I need to lose weight. I know what that means. That means my hormones are trashed. I need help, okay? And our hormones are our life. Our hormones are our personality, okay? So this is me. Tom talked about my weight loss program. This was me when I was doing my first weight loss program, which at the time was a fraud. And it was a fraud because I was teaching everyone what I thought I knew back then, what was the answers, which was eating a whole foods diet, right? Eating the fiber and eating the grass-fed meat and eating all organic. And I thought this was what people needed. This is what they needed to know. And sure, people that eat from Quick Trip or, eat fast food every night, like, sure, a whole food diet does help them. When you get the toxins out, anything will help, but it wasn't working. It obviously wasn't working. I was 146 pounds in this picture following my diet. I was hungry all the time. I was tired. My blood sugar was a freaking disaster. So was his. I didn't care so much that mine was, and I didn't even consciously click it. It didn't, even though I knew a lot about blood sugar, it didn't click until I watched my husband eat all the great food that I was making for this program and showing people, because we had YouTube videos, we had all kinds of stuff we were marketing to get this program, healthy eating program, launched. And I remember Tom took this picture of me. We were in Alabama at this beautiful waterfall. And we were taking pictures for marketing for this program. And I saw the pictures and I was like, okay, I look better than a lot of people. And I know I'm not fat, but I don't look good. This is not right. What is this? What is this? What is the cellulite? So, so Tom and I were eating all this food. Like literally, I had a cookbook. It was a really good cookbook, actually. The food tastes delicious, but don't eat any of the food in it. I was making all this food for these videos, and Tom's blood sugar was wrecked. And I went, what the heck are we doing? It was all over the place. And I remember one night, we had to get his glucagon shot out. That was my Steel Magnolias moment. When she's sitting in the salon with Dolly Parton, and they have to give her orange juice, and she's shaking and trying to, that was my moment with Tom. And I was like, holy shit, this is not okay. Something's not right. I have to figure this out. So I said, honey, what can we do? humbled on my knees, basically, what can we do? And he said, honey, the best time my blood sugar is when I eat meat and vegetables, and that's it. And I said, okay, that's what we're doing, meat and vegetables, that's it. So I started that day. It's about 2 years ago. And I said, we're gonna just do meat and vegetables. And so we started eating that. And then I started noticing that even the meat was causing a spike in his blood sugar. So we started taking little 10-minute walks after meals. His blood sugar get really stable. Then I noticed that if he ate at certain times of the day, his blood sugar would go crazy. And so I started doing exactly what he was doing, because Tom and I don't spend any time apart. Literally, we have not spent one night apart since I moved here in January of 2020. So we do everything together. So it was really easy for me to follow all the things I was telling him to do, right? I was doing it with him. And in less than 6 weeks, I lost 13 pounds. And I went, I now know exactly what's happening. So I was in my office, and I have a day scheduled like you guys would not believe. I have people lined up out the door waiting, and I'm always freaking 10 minutes behind. If you've been in my office and you hear Sean's knock on the door, you're behind. Next one's here, right? Because I like to talk. I like to make a connection, but I also want to help as many people as I can. So I'm in my office, and I have all these clients that I've been seeing now since through Symmetry. And they're in there, and I'm like, you guys. And I'm telling them everything. I'm like, do this, do this, do this. And they start doing it. And they come back in a month, and they're freaking skinny. And I'm like, and they're like, I can't believe this. And clients that are losing, weight that they never thought they could lose. And I'd been working with them. Maybe they'd already lost 10 pounds since they started working with me, right? I had a lot of clients that lost 10 pounds when they were working with me just from supplements, getting them to have good bowel movements, things, eating better. But this was different. This was a body and an energy that if I could bottle it up and sell it, I would be making millions. I thought, this is what every woman needs to know. So that's how this got started. And like Tom said, we watched a video, and I learned it all happened in the most perfect time. How many of you have had this happen, where you just know this is the plan for me? I just got to not guess it and just keep going. I am in the flow. And so this is what happened. I watched a video. It was when all the smoke was happening. You guys remember when the fires were? And it was really smoky outside, and I was coughing for like a week straight. And I didn't want to wake Tom up one night, so I got up and I laid on the couch because I was coughing, and I got on Instagram. It was like 1 o'clock in the morning. And I'm looking on Instagram, and I see this guy, and he's like, hey, are you a natural health practitioner? And I've never sold on anything, you guys. It's really hard to sell me on stuff because I like the truth. I need to know the truth about things. And he says, are you a natural health practitioner that needs to reach large groups of people? You don't feel like you're making the impact you want to make because you're seeing clients one-on-one? And I was like, yes, me. And he was like, I have the answers for you. And he starts rattling off all this stuff, and I'm like, this is what I need. Why didn't I think of this sooner? And so Tom got up that morning, and I'm still awake. My eyes are like this. No coffee yet, just high on life. And I'm like, honey, this is it. This is it. So Tom watches the video, and he's like, okay, let's do this. So we hired these people to set up the system of a funnel where we do Instagram advertisements for my weight loss program. And at the time, I hadn't even developed a freaking program yet. When we saw this, I was like, I knew all the material because I was teaching it to my clients, and we'd seen 2 years worth of results. And I started, I forgot to mention, how many of you are in the Sugar-Free Warriors group? So I started that first, right? And I'm like, let's do this. This was before I knew the group coaching format. And I was like, let's do this, Sugar-Free Warriors. And that grew to 500 people almost overnight, okay? All over the country. People wanted to know more. They wanted to know how to break their sugar addiction. And so those guys, I started teaching them what I knew, what I learned from Tom, and they started dropping 10, 20, 30 pounds in a month. And I was like, okay. So when this happened, it was all a moment of pure clarity. I actually prayed about it, and it came to me. And that is how we started the Primal Bod. Now, this conference isn't going to be about the Primal Bod, but I wanted you guys to know my history, why I'm here, why I'm so passionate about it, and how it all came together. Because I have a lot of information to share with you guys, and I need you to trust me and believe me, right? I have the science, I have the links, I have everything. You guys can look it all up yourself. But that takes time. It takes hours and hours. That's what you pay me to do, right? I do it for you. So let's start off first with nature's rules. We live in a modern world, but we have ancestral DNA, okay? What do I mean by that? Well, this is a picture. All of these are pictures of us humans from the 1960s and 70s, okay? Can anybody spot an overweight person in this picture here? Can anyone? No, you can't. Because there weren't very many. Okay? I remember growing up in the 80s when people still cared about gaining weight, right? When I was in high school, it was like you knew you couldn't eat all the crap. You knew you'd get fat, and you tried to not get fat. Okay? So that's not the case anymore, you guys. People are not worried about it like they should be. This is what we have now. And you guys know, because you walk around, you walk in Costco, you walk around wherever, and you see people just like this. And there are a lot of them. Okay, so here's the diabetes chart. More people are pre-diabetic or diabetic than are not. This is a huge, huge problem. Not only are we fighting diabetes, but look at the autism chart. Okay, so in 1970, 1 in 10,000 kids was diagnosed autistic. Look at it now. 1 in 36, okay? Here's this study they did in 2020 that says 77% of young Americans would not qualify for military services without a waiver due to being overweight, using drugs, or having mental and physical health problems. 77% of our young people cannot qualify to get into the military. Okay, and our IQ scores are trending in a downward direction. Okay, I blame a little bit of this on TikTok. Then we start with the cancer. This is skin cancer. Okay, so look at the prediction. That only goes up to 2020. So in 1975, here we are. Okay, still have skin cancer, not doing too bad. And then we're getting up here. ADHD on the rise. Look at that, from 2003 to 2009. And then here's cancer overall. Cancer rates have climbed between 800 and 1,700. This is in 2009. And then here's the most recent one for 2019. I was looking for cancer stuff 2023. It's really hard to find the graphs and the charts and the statistics on that right now, you guys. They're hiding the numbers. I'll tell you point blank, they're hiding the cancer numbers right now. There's a good reason for it. We're not going to get into it at this seminar, but they are doing it. So this was a huge study they did. Global incidence on early onset cancer increased by 79.1%, and the early onset cancer deaths increased by 27.7% between 1990 and 2019. Okay? So we're not getting any healthier. We're getting sicker and sicker. And this is why 75% of dollars are spent on ultra-processed food, grocery money. This is crazy. And we're doing this. Does this make sense? This is ludicrous. This is insanity. You have to wear a suit like that to spray our food? And we're doing this. This is in the top 3. What she's doing here, the sunscreen and wearing the sunglasses, is in the top 3 worst things you can do for your health. Sunglasses are way up there, you guys, and you're going to learn all about it today. And this. This might be the saddest picture we have, okay? This is really, really, really wrecking our kids' brains. Let me tell you a story about my own brain. So I was having a hard time concentrating, and I had a head injury. I slipped and fell in the Wisconsin ice. Tom warned me about it.
I told her, you never put your hands in your pocket.
I didn't have my hands in my pocket.
I said, you just don't do that, because she, like, 8 different times I had to stop her from putting her hands in her pocket. And I'm like, honey, you're going to pay the price for that.
Well, one morning I went out to let out my little puppy, Lexi, and it was cold. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. It was really cold, like below 5, Wisconsin morning. And I headed out, and she was taking off, being a little tiny puppy. And I'm like, Lexi, get back here. And I stepped too quickly, and I slipped. My feet went out from underneath me, and I hit my head on the ice. And I hit it hard. I fell down, and I went, whoops. And I said, I got to get up now because I'm going to pass out if I don't. So I got up, went into the house. I knew I was bleeding because I went like this immediately, and I could feel the wound back there. And I just held my head, put pressure on it, and I went in and said, honey, it was 4 o'clock in the morning. I fell and hit my head. And at that point, I collapsed on the bed. I spent 2 weeks at home doing nothing. Literally couldn't watch the TV, couldn't do anything. I went to the chiropractor. Probably should have went to the hospital, but I didn't. I got myself out of it. There was no way I was going to the hospital. It was during COVID. And I had a hole in the back of my head you could put your thumb in. It was bad. There was one moment I walked out into our living room, and I didn't know where I was. So I thought, fast forward a few years later, and I'm having some troubles concentrating. I'm like, maybe it's my concussion acting up again. And I told Tom, I'm like, honey, I just can't remember anything. I'm like having a hard time concentrating. Something's not right. Like, I can't remember people's names. And he's like, well, honey, you have like 2,000 clients. You can't expect to remember everybody's names. I'm like, yeah, but this is like people I know. And he's like, he looks at me and he goes, it's because you've been on Reels too much, Instagram Reels. And I was like, what do you mean? And he's like, because I've been getting irritated with you. You've been on Reels a lot. And I was like, oh, I have. I got off Reels, got off Facebook. Guess what happened? It all came back. It was literally the phone. It wasn't my concussion. It was the phone. It was this that was causing me to not remember anything. So this is a problem. How many of you have seen this movie? No one?
Idiocracy?
Oh, yeah.
Amy?
It's more like a documentary than a movie, because it's happening.
Everyone needs to watch Idiocracy, okay? Idiocracy. It is kind of a skeezy, early 2000s, late 90s. The Wilson brothers in it. Yeah. I can't remember his name. Maya Rudolph's in it. Anyways, so it's all about the future. And he gets cryogenically frozen, and he wakes up. Something happens, a catastrophe in the world, a war, whatever breaks out, and he gets frozen, and he wakes up how many years in the future? 500 years in the future, and everybody's really dumb. Really dumb. And he goes to the hospital to get checked out because he just woke up, and he's like, he doesn't know where he's at. And, there's people walking around, but it looks really weird. It's like apocalyptic looking. There's a huge garbage pile all the way up, vast through the sky. And he wakes and he goes to the hospital, and he sees this girl. This girl meets him here, and she barely talks and basically gets out, what do you need? And he says, well, I don't know. I need to get checked out. And she's like, well, what's wrong with you? And he's like, well, I don't know. I just, and he's tried to tell her, and she's looking for the icon. Okay? She's looking, look at her face. She doesn't know what to push. Sound familiar? Literally, I have seen people like this. Okay? Idiocracy, it is what we're moving into. So you guys need to all watch Idiocracy. Okay, so now we're going to move into how we got here, because this is what you guys need to know. We're obviously in a really bad state, right? We're losing our IQ, infertility's through the roof, right? We're not able to have children anymore. Like, nature's telling us something isn't right. So how did we end up here? Because it is our fault. Let's take responsibility for it, right? We've been asleep at the wheel. But there were other bigger players. Agriculture and big pharma. First, we're going to talk about agriculture because this is going to tell you how our food system was destroyed. Okay? So it started with the Great Depression. This is Cooking with Clara. Her YouTube videos are still up. You guys can go watch them. She has since passed away. But she went through the Depression, and she taught people how to cook food from the Depression. Okay? So she says, we ate potatoes, and we all got fat from eating all the potatoes. Everyone got fat during the Depression because they were eating Depression food. They were eating grains, and they were eating potatoes, because that's all there was. Well, that's all there was because between 1930 and 1935, nearly 750,000 family farms disappeared through foreclosure or bankruptcy. There wasn't any meat, right? There was no meat, so everybody was eating whatever there was to eat that they could grow in their dirt. Okay, so we had the Depression, then we get this guy. This is Ancel Keys. He was a very strange, odd man. So he was a physiologist, but before he was a physiologist, he was actually into like marine biology. He got his degree in zoology and economics, and his uncle was actually a famous movie producer. He produced some of the earliest horror movies. So he has ties to Hollywood. And he grew up in California, went to UC Berkeley, and was known as this very high intelligence guy, right? And then he kind of traveled around and studied. The first thing he studied was the osmotic pressure in fish gills. And he was really interested in what adrenaline did to the fish's ability to accept osmotic pressure. It was really strange. And then he went on to teach at Cambridge, and then later in his life, he got his degree in physiology. Okay, so not a doctor, just a physiologist. And his first study he did was at the University of Minnesota. He got hired at the Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, and his first study was the Minnesota starvation experiment, where he literally took, I think there are hundreds of people, and starved them to see what would happen to their bodies. And he actually was the inventor of the, what's it called? The pack, not the K-pack. Is it? Yeah. The ration pack that they handed out in the military. Lost my mind now. Anyways, he invented that, and it was like a little hard biscuit, a little piece of sausage, a piece of chocolate, and a hard candy. And the military actually, K-ration packs, I believe is what they're called. The military actually started using what he developed based off of this starvation study. This was highly controversial, and a lot of people did not like this guy, okay? Then he came up with the 7-country study, okay? And this is where he cherry-picked a bunch of information. So Ancel Keys, just a physiologist working at the Mayo Clinic. That's all he was, with ties to Hollywood. In 1955, President Eisenhower had a heart attack, right? And everyone was like, what? And all these people started having heart attacks. Well, they were all smoking, a lot. Eisenhower smoked 4 packs a day. So Ancel Keys took it upon himself to figure out what was going on with this heart disease situation, right? And he had the funding because he had Mayo Clinic backing him. And so he started traveling around and he developed this 7 countries study where he claimed people were dying of heart attacks from saturated fat. A food that we have been eating since the brink of time that never seemed to cause heart disease before was now causing heart disease. There were 22 countries available, and he only used 7. So here's what the actual chart looked like, the bigger picture, okay? So France, they consume one of the highest amounts of saturated fats ever and have very low heart disease, and this was at the time. But Keyes took the ones that he thought made the graph look really good to make his correlation. So we are going to watch a little clip of a video that is going to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about with the heart disease. And this is a documentary called Fat Fiction. Everybody write that down. Everyone needs to watch this documentary. It is one of the best films I've ever seen, period. Dr. Mark Hyman produced this, and you guys are gonna get it. Go ahead, should we shut the lights off?
So how is it possible that we got the story so wrong about fats? There were religious objections to eating meat as early as the 1800s that influenced American opinions, but a major turning point was in 1955 when a presidential health scare shocked the nation.
News of President Eisenhower's sudden illness, described by his doctors as coronary thrombosis, came as a severe shock to us all.
President Eisenhower in 1955 had a heart attack. He was out of the Oval Office for 10 whole days, and that really focused the attention of the nation on this problem of heart disease.
Cardiovascular ailments continue to take an increasingly heavy toll of American lives, 1 million this year.
The nation was really in shock, and there was a desperate need for explanations.
And people were like, whoa, what's causing all the heart disease?
Here are vital statistics. They show that this problem here in America is the worst in the world.
There were a number of ideas about it. One was that it was vitamin deficiency. Another was that it was the rising tide of auto exhaust, more cars on the road.
Of 10 men, we can expect 5 to get it. But we can't say who, or when, or why.
Now, you can look back now and say, well, that's pretty easy to understand. Everybody was smoking.
Raleigh? Oh, no thanks. I have a pack.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
In the 1950s and 60s, cigarettes were in.
Spud cigarettes are cooler than cool. Smoke Spud cigarettes, that's the mild, happy rule.
Here, have a Viceroy.
Eisenhower himself smoked 4 packs a day.
What do you think? This is what I was really looking for.
If you look at the trends for cigarette smoking against the increases in heart disease, they track together. But at the same time, the consumption of saturated fat was falling dramatically.
Everybody was smoking. Now we know smoking causes heart disease or contributes to heart disease. But at the time, of course, the tobacco companies were like, no. Yeah. Tobacco, smoking, it doesn't cause heart disease. So all the scientists were like, hey, I wonder why we're getting so much heart disease.
There's one theory that was proposed by Ansel Benjamin Keyes, who is a pathologist at the University of Minnesota, and he said that it was saturated fat and dietary cholesterol that caused heart disease.
It's like, okay, but how do people eat butter for the last sort of 2 millennia? And ever since 1970, it causes heart disease. It's like, it didn't cause heart disease before.
At the same time, consumption of sugar, refined oils, and refined grains were on the rise in America, but Ansel Keyes focused on fat as the cause of heart disease.
And he thought that total cholesterol in your arteries would build up and clog your arteries and give you a heart attack, like hot oil down a cold stovepipe. So that was his idea. It was just a simple idea.
You know, to blame a sort of ancient food for a modern disease was completely illogical. It didn't make any sense, but you repeat things enough and you get it out there enough, people believe you.
As American author H.L. Mencken once said, for every complex problem, there is a solution that is simple and clear and wrong.
It's the biggest scam ever perpetrated on the American people, this whole notion of cholesterol.
If
If you have high cholesterol, you may be at increased risk of heart attack and stroke. Don't kid yourself. Talk to your doctor about your risk and about Lipitor.
It's eye-wateringly lucrative to keep this idea going that we need to lower cholesterol.
Cholesterol has definitely become the boogeyman of cardiology. And here's what's so interesting about cholesterol is we need it. Our bodies cannot exist without cholesterol. Yet once again, in simplistic thinking, we try and lump cholesterol in good cholesterol and bad cholesterol. And we want to lower the bad cholesterol, the LDL, and raise the good cholesterol and HDL. That is incredibly simplistic.
It turns out that raising your LDL cholesterol in diet does not translate into heart attacks and death. It just doesn't.
When you take cholesterol out of the equation, you go, let's just see if people who eat more saturated fat actually die more. Do they actually get more heart disease? That's what we care about. Forget that it raises cholesterol. We know it raises cholesterol. Let's take that out of the equation and see what the end result is, which is what we care about. And every time they do that, the relationship dissolves. There is no relationship between the amount of fat you eat in your diet and getting heart disease.
Okay, so you guys heard it. Okay, there's not. This is a scam. And I learned about Ansel Keys in nutrition school, actually, because he is so controversial. How many of you have heard about Ansel Keys? So a few, good. So this is a man you want to know. This is why. Hold on, Tom's getting it back. This is how we developed this, okay? Ansel Keys is how the USDA food pyramid was created, okay? This is a terrible diet. They literally clump fat with sugar at the top. And you know why they do that? Because do you know what fat does in your body? Makes you smart. Makes you really smart. They don't want any of you to get smart. They want you all to have Alzheimer's disease. They don't want you to remember your power, okay? Because they're not going to make any money off of you. We'll talk about this in a second. This is upside down. One of my biggest videos I did was talking about the upside down food pyramid because it is absolutely wrong. So now we're going to talk about Big Pharma, okay? So there's two men you need to remember. One is Ansel Keys. The next one is John Rockefeller, okay? He was the founder of Standard Oil. You wouldn't want to sit down and play a game of Monopoly with this guy, okay? So in 1872, Rockefeller bought up, shut down, or bankrupt 90% of the oil companies, okay? So our good old Constitution came into place, and in 1911, the Supreme Court found Rockefeller in violation of the Sherman Antitrust Act and split Standard Oil into 34 independent companies. One of them was Exxon and Mobil and all the rest that you see today, right? So they said, you can't have the monopoly on this, you're done. You think that changed who he was? No. So he was upset, and he promised to bankrupt America. At that very same time, they were learning how to turn petrochemicals, exactly what he had at his fingertips with the oil, into pharmaceuticals. So he bought the German pharmaceutical company IG Farben. Now John D. Rockefeller's biggest threat was natural health. See, before he came into the picture, natural health in America was homeopathy. It was herbs. They were studying vitamins and minerals. And then this guy comes in, and he wants to control humanity. So what does he do? Being the businessman he is, he donates money to the medical schools because he wants to control, right? And what do you do when you want to control someone? You give them money. So he gives them money, and then he hired a guy by the name of Flexner to study the school's curriculum, to figure out what they were teaching everybody, to learn what was working, right? Because he needed to make it so that it didn't work. And so Flexner's job was to discredit the current medical system, which included homeopathy, herbs, and nutrition, and to persuade the government to establish allopathic medicine philosophies which use the unnatural substances to treat diseases. This is how Western medicine was founded. Okay? So not only did he own the petrochemicals to make the pharmaceuticals, he owned the pharmaceutical countries, and he paid the medical schools so he could manipulate them. Then he hired this guy Flexner to go to the US government and to present the Flexner report, which I'll get into in a minute. And that is what all doctors now follow, is this Flexner report. But Benjamin Rush, who was a founding father and a physician, he was one of the Constitution guys, right? He warned Thomas Jefferson. He said that America needed a clause because he was worried about the medical tyranny. And Thomas Jefferson just went, no, I'm not too worried about that. But this is what he said. Honey? Unless we put medical freedom into the Constitution, the time will come when medicine will organize into an undercover dictatorship to restrict the art of healing to one class of men and deny equal privileges to others. The Constitution of the Republic should make a special privilege for medical freedoms as well as religious freedoms. Okay? What the heck happened? What happened just in 2020? It happened to us. You want to say it, honey, about what we are right now? I'll say it. We are at war. We are at war. And we need to fight not only for ourselves, but our kids. Okay? Because if we don't get some balls and stand up and start fighting, our kids aren't going to stand a chance. This is the Flexner report. This is what Rockefeller hired Abraham Flexner to go out and discredit all of these medical schools. And they said, we have a new science. Well, what their science is it's a bunch of paid off scientists and people that work for them that are showing studies that are one-sided and only add value to the Rockefeller Foundation and Big Pharma. Okay, so you guys aren't going to hear about the real studies. You have to dig really deep to find some of them. But I tell this story a lot. I have a gal who is a pharmaceutical, in pharmaceutical research and development. She's not here today, but, and she's one of my clients. And she said, she quit her job. She went to be a massage therapist. And she said, I left because I couldn't live with myself. I was waking up every morning in tears. She said, you wouldn't believe what they do. She said, they pass drugs that the mice and the rats have tumors the size of grapes growing on their body, and they will pass the drug. Okay? There is loopholes that you would not believe. What's that book, honey, the vaccine book? Turtles All the Way Down. Turtles All the Way Down. Now, they need someone to do the work for them, right? Most physicians go to medical school because they want to help people. But medical school is expensive, okay? So a family physician makes $150,000 to $250,000 a year, works 50 hours a week, and medical school costs them $218,792 in-state. That's if they go in-state, okay? So they get these medical students that are broke. They graduate medical school, they go out and start working, and they're broke. They have no money, and they're working 50, 60 hours a week. Well, some of them now are probably working 70 hours a week, right? And so they don't have any money. And so they start realizing that if they sell pharmaceuticals, that's where their real money is. They get a commission, okay? So here we have two different studies, you guys. These are NIH, National Institute of Health, okay? So the information is out there. They're just not going to talk about it on CNN or Fox News or any of the other stupid fake news. So our financial payments from the pharmaceutical industry associated with physicians prescribing, they found, yes, they are. In both studies, 36 studies, compromising 101 analysis were included. They found a positive association between payments and prescribing. And then we have this. So not only do they get for kickbacks for vaccines, and there was a doctor, and I tried to look for his YouTube video, but there was a doctor who came out and said, this is how much we're getting paid. And he was addressing physicians all over the country, and I can't find it now, an enormous amount. So not only for the COVID vaccine, but all vaccines they're getting money for. So this is from insurance companies, okay? So they say here that 2,500 patients per family for a family physician, right? That's the normal amount a family physician has of patients in their arsenal. And they're getting paid. You can see their bonuses here. So here's the 30%, 40% for the Anthem members. And this is what they're getting paid to vaccinate people. So if only 2,000 of their patients were vaccinated and only 50% were covered under this, that would equal $140,000 alone in 1 quarter for that doctor, for the administration of the COVID vaccine, just the COVID vaccine. Most people don't know this. You know, you think your physician is there to help, and they are, but I'll tell you another thing, they are not taught how to help. They get absolutely zero nutritional information in medical school. They get a little bit, but it is less than even what I got when I said, I don't know what the heck I'm doing, right? So they get none. They get the USDA food pyramid is what they get, okay? So this is for cancer. 67% of doctors received some kind of payment from 2015 to 2017 in specialized. So this was fierce pharma. This was actually, they talk about the return on investment for the drug companies, for doctors that are more inclined to prescribe expensive brand name drugs rather than cheaper generic. Do you guys know any pharmaceutical salespeople? What is their job? They go in and they train the doctors on what those drugs do and how to sell them and who to sell them to.
Watch Painkillers on Netflix.
Okay, Painkillers on Netflix, Amy says. This is what pharmaceutical reps do. They have no effing medical background. They've never seen a patient, a client, nothing. And they train your physicians. Now, not all doctors are bad. When I was a kid, we had the doctor's office that was separate of the hospital, right? You had doctors that had their own private practices that got to do whatever the heck they want. But what has happened over the last 40 years is we've centralized medicine. So now, where is all the doctors? Where do they work? They work for the hospital. It's a business. And they have their specialists that have you on a waiting list of 6 months to 9 months to get in, right? And then what do? They send you to the next specialist because they don't know, right? It's a worthless system. And it's not there to make anyone better. It's there to make money. So Big Pharma is $1 trillion criminal enterprise, and the doctors that work for them are their drug dealers.
Does everybody understand what centralized is? Like, I'm just going to assume that somebody doesn't, so I'll try to add value to one person in this audience. So we follow a guy that talks a lot about centralization, right? And so it's we're all inundated with centralization of kind of everything in our society, right? Like, I think of one of the big ones is school, right? And so they're like, oh, you can just, use this curriculum, and then we'll just have one person determining it, and then that'll be the smartest person, so that's the best way this system could ever work. But what happens is then it just becomes super easy to corrupt, right? We all see that. So we follow a doctor. His name's Dr. Jack Kruse. He's this genius guy. He talks about centralization and decentralization. So even though, you might not always have the one person that's the smartest in each one of them, generally speaking, decentralized systems work better. And the one thing, so the one true decentralized system that exists is nature, right? It's kind of an interesting way to think about it. So the difference, the way that he defines it and the way that it is defined is centralization is just having a central controller, right? So you can run a business with a general and 1,000 soldiers that's super centralized, or you can give your employees autonomy and have them do it themselves, and you can decentralize it. So right now, what's happened and what Candy was talking about is the centralization of medicine. And now those doctors that 100 years ago could, I'm not going to follow that advice, I'm going to do what I think is right. Now they all have to follow the network, right? So in nature, we can talk about medicine all the time, and nature's the only true decentralized system. But now that you once I heard that, I was like, and I start looking now, and everything I look at, I go, is it centralized or decentralized? Because the more centralized it becomes, the more likelihood it's corrupted.
So that's Dr. Jack Kruse. That's his Instagram tag if anybody wants to follow him. He's a little crude. He's a neurologist. Has done over 10,000 brain surgeries, and he's probably the smartest guy I've ever heard or known. Tom and I actually had an hour-long visit with him session, and he just got done filming a podcast. He's friends with Rick Rubin, who is he's a podcast. He's a music producer. He's produced.
He's one of the founders of Def Jam Records.
So he's produced Adele and Aerosmith and all. He's a famous guy. Anyways, Jack Kruse saved Rick's life, so Rick's a big fan. And they just did an interview with RFK, Robert Kennedy, on Rick's podcast. And so he knows a lot of people, Jack Kruse does. And he's a big Bitcoin guy. That's the other thing he says, centralized. The money that is not decentralized is Bitcoin, but we don't know what's going on with that. So anyhow,
We'll stay out of that.
we're not. We don't know. But I'm just giving you. If you guys look it up, I'm just telling you. I'm giving you the warning now that he's a big Bitcoin guy. Anyways, I saw this. Tom didn't even know this was in here, but I saw this morning on Instagram, and I was like, that's got to go in my slides. How many of you have seen The Office? This just cracks me up. But it is true. You can trust the government or you can understand history. And what I showed you just now is a little tiny piece of the history because, there's so much more. Okay, so now we're going to talk about epigenetics and how our environment impacts our genes. How am I doing on time? I got to get...
You're at 11:10.
Okay, I got to get
We're going to
hustling.
break at noon, just so everybody knows.
I talk a lot, so I got to make sure I stay on topic here. Okay, so epigenetics, how our environment impacts our genes. This is a picture of a volcano. I don't know what volcano because I got it off Adobe stock, but it said it was a volcano, so I'm going to believe them. And I put this up here because this is just a little tidbit. This doesn't have to do with anything right now, but volcanoes create a huge magnetic field, a natural magnetic field that harmonize our own magnetic field. It's really cool because the molten rock that circles around the lava that circles around the rock at the core, it's iron, and the lava's iron and nickel, and as it circles around, it creates this huge magnetic field. So that's why everyone loves Hawaii. Right? Because you can feel the magnetic field of all those volcanoes. And it's actually very healing and therapeutic for us to be around volcanoes. But this section is all about epigenetics. This is probably my favorite section of the whole presentation. And it's how our environment impacts our genes. So epigenetics is the study of heritable and stable changes that occur through alterations in the chromosomes rather than in the DNA sequence. Despite not altering the DNA sequence, epigenetic mechanisms can regulate gene expression through chemical modifications of DNA bases and changes the chromosomal superstructure in which the DNA is packaged. All that says is our environments can push our genes in a good way or a bad way, okay? But our environment, what we eat, where we live, how much we sleep, what our life is like, the toxins, they impact our genes. That is epigenetics. And it is 99%. Okay, so this is Weston A. Price. He's a good guy. He's a really good guy. Western A. Price Foundation is the website. You guys can go look up what he's done. He's since passed away a long time ago, but he was a dentist, and he traveled the globe with his wife, and they studied the mouths of all kinds of indigenous people. And what he found was super awesome. So this is what he studied the traditional diet, the modern diet, and the next generation of a modern diet. Okay, this was his life's work. Look at those mouths.
Every tooth is connected to an organ.
Yeah, good point. So in my office, if you come in to see me, you sit down on the bench, and right above you is a picture of how your teeth are all connected to your organs through nerve pathways. Okay? So they are. I had a gal who had, years ago, she had Crohn's disease. And she always knew when she would get a flare-up because her back molar, which is connected to the colon, would become a level 20 painful. Not a 10, like a 20, like seriously painful for her. She would need like morphine. I mean, she was in serious pain. And we always knew that was the sign that her Crohn's was getting ready to flare up. So if you just think about that and what this is doing, right? This is epigenetics. This is how the diet is literally changing the facial structure of our generations. Here's another one. This is Australia, okay? Look at how wide the mouth is, the teeth, there's lots of room. Tasha, what do you think about this?
Huge supporter of this.
Yes, and look at this. Look at this mouth. See how tiny and small and narrow jaw? This is my son Lane back there. He has that. He had to get braces, but he has a really narrow jaw, right? So I pass my bad genes on, and this is what happens, literally changing the facial structure. Okay, so this is my favorite study about epigenetics. It was the largest study ever done. This should be on the news every single day, and it's not, and it wasn't. So this is a study they did. Randy Girdle is his name, and he did this in the University of North Carolina, I believe. So they studied mice. These mice are called agouti mice, and they have a predisposition to a type of uterine cancer, and they're predisposed to be obese. And so what they did was they took these mice, and they decided that they were going to switch up their diet and see what happened, basically. And they started feeding them large groups of methyl foods. And what happened was these mice started producing these little brown babies, okay? And the difference between, they're all from the mom, but the difference is that these brown babies, they have the agouti gene that expresses in cancer, but in these brown babies that were grown in the uterus of the mom that had the methyl-rich foods, they were not expressing. That gene was not turned on, because our foods can turn on our genes in a good way or a bad way. And we're going to talk about the methyl in just a second. So DNA, it is the most complicated molecule that exists, right? We all know that DNA is there. We don't really know what it is. But end to end, your DNA molecules would stretch from here to the sun 600 times. Okay? Isn't that unbelievable? 6 billion letter code that provides the instructions for your body. Nucleic acids are the building blocks of DNA and RNA, and every cell in your body has a copy of the same DNA. It started from an original copy of that same DNA, and it will copy itself trillions of times in the course of your lifetime. Each time it copies itself, it uses half the original strand of the template. Okay? So this is what it looks like. And remember, I just showed you the study of the mice that were fed the methyl group foods. So you see the little methyl group there. This right here, this little doo-doo-doo-doo, that's the genes. Okay? So the DNA gets wound up, and I'm going to show you a video in just a second. It's only a 1-minute video. I'm not going to bore you. But the DNA crinkles down and it gets wound up through all these histones, and then it creates the chromosome, okay? So that's why it could stretch to the sun and back 600 times, because there is a lot.
In this animation, we'll see the remarkable way our DNA is tightly packed up to fit into the nucleus of every cell. The process starts with assembly of a nucleosome, which is formed when 8 separate histone protein subunits attach to the DNA molecule. The combined tight loop of DNA and protein is the nucleosome. Multiple nucleosomes are coiled together, and these then stack on top of each other. The end result is a fiber of packed nucleosomes known as chromatin. This fiber, which at this point is condensed to a thickness of 30 nanometers, is then looped and further packaged using other proteins which are not shown here. This remarkable multiple folding allows 6 feet of DNA to fit into the nucleus of each cell in our body, an object so small that 10,000 nuclei could fit on the tip of a needle. The end result is that the DNA is tightly packed into the familiar structures we can see through a microscope, chromosomes. It is important to realize that chromosomes are not always present. They form only when cells are dividing. At other times, as we can see here at the end of cell division, our DNA becomes less highly organized.
And that's it. So there you got to see a cell divide. Now you know what it looks like. But the DNA is amazing. I highly recommend you guys just go in and watch some YouTube videos. Crash Course on Biology has really good ones. I'm going to talk about him in a second. Just videos to learn more about it, because really you need to understand how it all works if you're going to really get it in your head that you want to make a change and you don't want to get cancer and you want to avoid all these epigenetic type diseases, Alzheimer's, Parkinson's, all of this stuff. It's really important to learn what your body is made of. So I'm going to teach you the basics. So that we have the stem cells here, and these are produced in, when you have a baby, your baby grows from stem cells, right? But we as adults also make stem cells. And they used to think that, honey, I need to click again. They used to think that our stem cells that we made were just to make red blood cells, right? But now, researchers have found that actually we can make them to grow our bone and our heart and our muscle cells. And this is the little tiny bit they're telling us. And I will tell you that I have known doctors that say we have the ability in our body to grow back our limb. Our brains won't allow us to do it, okay? Biologists and these are the people that are on the outskirts, right? These aren't the centralized doctors, but they know we have the ability to do this if we're healthy enough. Okay, my clicker's not working again, Tom Frazier. You're killing me here, buddy. Lucky you're cute.
You're supposed to dance.
Oh, really?
Distract them from my family.
My pants are too tight. Okay, so this is my favorite book about genes, and it is like probably one of my top 10 favorites. It's a really good book, Dirty Genes. I think everyone should read this book. It's a really good read. Ben Lynch is brilliant, and he's from my neck of the woods. Anyhow, these are the different types of genes. These are just basic ones. These are some of the ones he talks about in the book. There's so many more, you guys. There's a lot of genetic factors, but these are some of the basics. A lot of people have problems with MTHFR. This is the methylation pathway. So this is where your body cannot make DNA well, basically. It can't detox well. you can't make your DNA well, your folate pathway doesn't work. So a lot of people have this. Sean has it. A lot of babies that are born with the stork bite in the middle of their head, that's a sign that they have MTHFR. But there's a lot of other genes here, as you can see, that do different things. So I just give you a snippet of that. But this book is really good. Okay, so now we're going to talk about basic ancestral nutrition. And it's really real nutrition. You know, we talk about, at the seminars I used to teach, the chiropractor used to joke that we call organic food now, right? Isn't that silly? It's just food. But we have to call it organic because technology has made everything so weird. But this is just food, you guys. This is just food. So we're starting with the macros. Okay, so carbohydrates, they all come from the sun. They are all made from the sun through photosynthesis. So this is plant food, right? Lipids are fatty acids, and we get those from the food we eat. Our body can also make fatty acids. It can turn glucose into fatty acids. Okay, so that's pretty awesome. But the essential fatty acids are omega-3 and 6, and they are required for life, and we do not make those. But we can make our own cholesterol and our own triglycerides. Proteins are the building blocks of our body, and we acquire them from meat. Okay? You're not going to get protein out of hummus. They are essential, and they break down into amino acids, which help build our body. This is what we're made of. 1% is carbohydrates. So why are we eating so many carbohydrates if we're hardly made of carbohydrates, right? 20% is protein, 10% is fat, and then we have the minerals up there. 65% is water. This isn't the water that you drink. This isn't the water you're thinking of. I'm going to teach you about this different type of water towards the end of the seminar. But I just need you to have it in your head right now. Okay, so your proteins make your connective tissue and muscles. They make ion channels and pumps, and they make your enzymes, your digestive enzymes, and all the other enzymes in your body to make stuff happen. Okay, that comes from protein. Your lipids make your cholesterol, which is the precursor to your hormones. Okay, your brain is 60% cholesterol, fat. They cover your myelin sheath, which is the insulators of your nerve. Okay, so this is why so many people have Alzheimer's. This is why so many people have dementia. It's because they're eating the Ansel Keys low-fat diet, because that's what he promoted, low fat. And it lines every cell in your body. It is the membrane for every cell. It's made up of a lipid bilayer. So nutrients, over the course of your lifetime, your body will synthesize between 225 and 450 kilograms of protein. That is 4 to 5 new bodies worth of protein. Okay? So you guys will replace yourself 4 to 5 bodies time in the course of your lifetime. This happens because the body is constantly breaking down old material, recycling and discarding that old material and rebuilding it. Every organism needs to keep taking in and breaking down food to survive. You do this through anabolic processes and catabolic processes. That's anabolic, building up, catabolic, breaking down. Okay, so our bodies are constantly reinventing themselves in a perpetual state of loss, but always rebuilding if we give it the right tools. When we don't, we create little wounds in our DNA. Okay? And all of this is your metabolism. Your metabolism just isn't your thyroid function. Every process that occurs in your body is metabolic. So here are the nutrients. We have fat-soluble vitamins A, D, E, and K, and we have the water-soluble vitamins B and C. And then we have all the minerals there. You guys can see them. I listed them. And we have saccharides, which are plant starches. Okay? So we do use We don't, absolutely, our life does not depend on it, but we thrive when we eat some of the plant starches. I'll talk about that too. So here are sources of energy. Our main sources are, we get energy from either glucose or ketone bodies. Okay, so glucose is from carbohydrates, and all food breaks down to glucose except fat. Protein breaks down to glucose. Okay? This is why people fail on the keto diet, because they have insulin resistance and they eat a bunch of meat thinking they're going to lose weight, and they can't heal their, sorry, Tom's giving me instructions in the back. He says, move your hands more. I feel like I'm a windmill. Okay. Oh, brother. Okay, that's all I'm doing. So the only thing in your body, the only things in your body that need glucose, that absolutely need glucose, are the inner medulla in the kidney, your neurons, your red blood cells, and men, their testicles need glucose. Okay? That's it. Everything else can run on ketones. And everything else runs optimally on ketones, of course, because we all know sugar's the enemy, right? So ketones come from fatty acids. They can come from the fat in your food or the fat on your, okay? So you break down your fat, your body fat, and turn it into ketones. You don't have to take medium chain triglyceride oil. You can, and your body will produce ketones. But if we're trying to be real here and natural and do the right thing, our body takes food in, we eat it, we break it down, we turn it into glucose, we use the glucose we need, and then we convert the rest to fat. Then we don't get hungry again because we have fat, and our body kicks over, grabs the fat, uses it as energy, and when the stores drop down enough that the body senses, okay, we need to eat more, you get hungry again. That is how it's supposed to work. That's not how it works, because everybody's blood sugar is this all day long. It's making you hungry, it's making you tired, and it's making your mind not work. Okay, so secondary sources are sunlight, water, and cold weather. We can get energy from these sources, you guys. I'm going to talk about it after lunch. And then we have the backup plan, which is your body takes the glucose you eat. So you eat meat, and you break it down, and you get your amino acids out of it, and then you turn the rest into glucose. It's a process called gluconeogenesis, happens in the liver. And then you take that glucose, and you store it in your liver and your thighs, and it's called glycogen. Okay? Then the rest gets converted into fat. So you have about 1,000, 1,200 calories of sugar called glycogen in your thigh muscles and your liver, waiting for backup. Okay? So you don't starve. Our bodies are made perfectly. Okay. Question. How many of you think this is health food? Raise your hand. Oh, you guys are on to me. You guys are on to me. That's right. This is junk food. This is absolutely junk food. Every single thing on here is junk food. And guess what? Every single thing on here was something I tried to promote eating during my weight loss program. Can you believe that? Here's why it's junk, okay? So here is what happens. The carbohydrates you eat break down to glucose immediately. Protein, it takes a lot to break it down to glucose, but it does break down to glucose. This happens immediately, okay? So basmati rice, in 1 cup of basmati rice, 10 teaspoons of sugar, equivalent, in 1 cup of rice. Your blood is balanced at 1 teaspoon. Okay? When your blood gets sticky, and it happens over a period of time, you will die. It's called diabetes. So your body has really strong defense mechanisms to fight against that. And what that is it turns it into fat. It takes the glucose out of your blood, stores it into glycogen, and then turns it into fat. Okay? Because you can't have sticky blood. I'm going to talk about that later on at the end of the day. Because sticky blood is where you get heart attacks. It's where you get Alzheimer's. It's where you get dementia. It's where your hormones get screwed up. It's all of it. It all goes back to sticky blood. Okay? And this is what I'm telling you. I was telling people to eat potatoes and sweet potatoes and rice. Right? And it's no wonder I was 146 pounds. And I stopped doing that, and I'm 133 pounds. Okay? So this, what you think is good, healthy food, is not. We were not made to eat this stuff. Now, this is another misconception, okay? You think you can get nutrients out of vegetables. You can a little bit, but not very much, okay? Look at spinach here, okay? 2.6 milligrams per 100 grams, 1.7% is absorbed. Look at the steak, 20% is absorbed, okay? You're never gonna heal yourself from anemia by eating spinach. That is a joke. Also, spinach contains something called calcium oxalates. They are terrible for our health. Plants create toxins, you guys, because their only defense mechanism against us is creating toxins, right? They can't run away. So they produce a lot of toxins. Oxalates are bad. They are a really bad one. I'll talk about them in just a second. So most of you don't realize how much nutrition is in animal products. You don't know. You just think that it's protein, and it's not. It is so much more. I want to start with eggs first, because eggs, this is really important. Remember how I talked about the methyl groups, the methyl foods, and how they influence our DNA? So those methyl foods are like choline, folate, what else we got up here? There was another one I was seeing. I'll get to it in a minute. Anyways, these methyl groups are what help promote good DNA replication, right? So folate, hardly anybody gets enough folate. If you don't have enough folate, what happens, Sarah, for your baby? If you don't have enough folate? Spinal bifida, okay? So folate is really important for development because it's how we make our red blood cells. Do you guys know you can get anemic from having low folate? Folate, 89% of your folate is in egg yolk, but they have to be pasture-raised eggs, okay? Because pasture-raised eggs eat insects. They don't eat corn and grains and things that chickens shouldn't eat. They eat actual insects, which provide them with all that nutrients they need to have a healthy yolk. Okay, so you can see here, vitamin A, 70% in egg yolk. Okay, you can't get that out of a freaking carrot, you guys. I'm sorry, but you can't. You know what you can get out of carrots is you can get some fiber and some of those saccharides I was talking about. Who uses Immune, the product Immune? Okay, Immune is a saccharide, so they do help us. They also contain antioxidants. But you're out of your mind if you think you're getting vitamins out of these plant products. You're not. You're getting them out of your meat. Okay? So this is a perfect example of a lot of people don't understand. Look at how much zinc in one serving of beef. 77% of your daily value of zinc. You're not getting it in pumpkin seeds, you guys. You're not freaking absorbing it. I'm telling you right now, you're not. Beef, it's what's for dinner. It's what America grew on, are the ranches, okay? Here's the plant toxins, back to them. This is oxalates, and I don't think, I did in a second, I'll show you. So oxalates are really high in spinach, beets, chocolate, tea, sweet and white potatoes, Swiss chards, almonds, and grains. Tom and I, when we were going through all these changes, we decided to do carnivore diet for how long, honey, were we carnivores? 3 months? Yeah. About 3 months. I didn't know. I knew about oxalates from the very first, even before I went through nutrition school, I had heard about oxalates. And I had a girl that I worked with that always had kidney stones, and so that's how I knew. And in the doctor's office, they'll tell you if you have kidney stones, don't eat spinach, right? But they never tell you why. Well, it's because spinach is high in oxalates, and oxalates bind calcium in your body and create oxalic acid stones. And you can get stones anywhere in your body, in your gallbladder, in your liver, in your pancreas, in your thyroid, in your tonsils, and all your glands will form stones, okay? So these oxalic acid crystals is a really strange phenomenon, and I don't yet understand why it happens. No one does. But when you stop eating them, you detox them. And what Tom and I experienced is we stopped eating all plants, and we just started eating meat. And what happens when you do that is you dump your oxalates, and they come out everywhere. They come out the corners of your eyes. They come out your skin. I would go like this, and it would be like I had baby powder flaking off my skin. Okay? They're little tiny crystals. They look like little shards of glass. I had to pick one out of my cheek. It felt like I had sand coming out of my eyes every morning and nose. And you'll have bowel movements that felt like you were eating Cholula for 3 days in a row, and you didn't. Because as they leave your body, they cut you, because they're like fiberglass, okay? They get inside your tissue, and they build up. And I was a vegan for 7 years off and on, and it was my learning process. I had to do this to learn, right? And at the time, I thought I was doing everything great. Nope. But I had a lot of oxalate built up in my system. So I'm telling you now that these foods that you're told are health foods, they're really not. Lectins are another one. Lectins create a ton of inflammation in the body, and they're basically produced in the plant when the plant is not ripe, and it's any plant that has seeds. The plant doesn't want you to eat it until it's ripe, right? I'm telling you, you guys are buying your produce at the grocery store, you're eating unripe vegetables and fruits. You are. They're not ripe. They're not picked ripe. We're supposed to pick them when we're ripe. We're supposed to eat them, and then we poop out the seeds, and then the plant goes on, right, Tasha?
Which teas? Because I'm big on like green tea and herbal tea.
Yeah, those are all. Yeah, the only ones. The only ones that don't are like dandelion root, some of the roots. Ginger's okay.
Ginger turmeric tea, I can still drink that.
Turmeric is high in oxalates. So these are the books you want, okay? So Sally Norton is the leading expert on oxalates. Watch her videos on YouTube. She's been interviewed 1 million times. She knows, her website is fantastic. She talks all about oxalates. So go there if you want to learn how to detox from oxalates. And then the Plant Paradox, Steve Gundry, Dr. Gundry, super cool guy, wrote the Plant Paradox. You know, he has some stuff that, He worked with the Seventh-day Adventists, and they were all had gut issues. They were in poor health, and he started making the connection between the lectins. They weren't preparing their foods right. See, these plants like beans and quinoa and grains, they all produce these plant toxins called lectins. And if you prepare them properly, which is you ferment them for 3 days in water, you can get a lot of the lectins out. This is what our ancestors used to do, but we don't do that anymore because all the information got lost. So we don't have the knowledge that our ancestors had about how to prepare the foods the right way. My grandpa knew. My grandpa said I would make him bean and ham hock soup, and I would take it to him, and I have him try it. And the next day I'd come over, and he'd go, "Kisser," that was my nickname. "Kisser, you didn't soak your beans long enough. They gave Grandpa the toots." That's the lectins, okay? They're hard on your gut. That's why you can't digest them, because all of that food should be fermented naturally for a long time before you can eat it. Sally Fallon, who wrote Nourishing Traditions, she says you should soak your oatmeal on the counter for 3 days in yogurt, in Greek yogurt, to ferment it at room temp, okay? And that's so you break it down enough so your body can actually digest it. But don't eat oatmeal, don't eat beans. They're just not worth it, okay? They're depression food, you guys. They are what you eat when you don't have meat. Okay, and then dare to eat fat. So this is what I was talking about with the heart disease and fat. So 60% of the brain is made up of fat, only 25% of cholesterol. Okay, so when you have high cholesterol, it's a you problem, it's not the egg problem. Dietary fat has been proven to not be connected to heart disease. Okay, you guys? So any doctor that says otherwise, he's got old information. So the best sources of fats you choose and make the rest of your and the rest of what you typically eat make a big difference. So you got to eat the right fats. The animal fats make our cholesterol. We need to have cholesterol. Like we all know, that's our brain. That's where we get our brain function. Kids need a lot of cholesterol. How many kids love butter? Like when I was a kid, it was like butter, 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 right? I would go in and take finger scoops of butter. We need to feed our babies butter, okay? So the cholesterol is really, really important to get in, and you get that through the meat and through the egg yolk and all of the good healthy animal fats. But you also need the omega-6 fatty acids, which are from the plant foods, so like olive oil, okay, really good. We make our anti-inflammatory hormones from that. Avocado works, you know, these are the plant oils. Now, everybody has a big, it's all over TikTok with like the seed oils, right? Everybody's on this big seed oils are terrible. What they're talking about is corn oil and canola oil, and those are terrible. But a little sunflower oil isn't gonna hurt you, you guys. Just don't eat it fried. You wanna put the plant oils on in a non-cooked way, okay? You can cook them at low temperature, but it should be, you could cook your high temp foods in butter or ghee, right? You can cook the animal fats in high temp. Coconut oil can be cooked in a little bit of high temp. That is a saturated fat though, that is not an omega-6. And then finally the omega-3 fats, which are in fish. Those are required. We absolutely need those. How many people in here do not like fish? You guys? You have to be taking a fish oil. You have to take a fish oil if you don't eat fish, okay? And even then, even if you eat fish, take a fish oil, because I'll tell you what, you're not getting enough. Okay, so high blood sugar is the cause of heart disease. It's not fat. We just talked about this. I'm going to describe what happened. What time do I got? 11:48. Good, I'm almost through this. I'm perfect timed right now.
We're just going to set the hook right before lunch and then leave you in great suspense.
I'm on perfect timing. I'm really good at the timing thing. So Sarah had her baby shower last weekend and I went. I'm really good at knowing proximity of things, I guess, because I won the measuring the belly with the string. And I told her when I did it, I said, I'm going to win this because I know about how big you are. I just know it. I think it's because I was a hairdresser. So I learned how to manage my time really well. I learned that, okay, I got 5 people sitting here waiting for haircuts and I got to get them all in. So I knew how fast I had to go with everybody. And then I also knew you have to learn what an inch is because an inch is different to everybody, right? Most people think, yes, most people think this is an inch, right? But then you also have to know the difference between shoulder length and shoulder length because you get in big trouble if you don't know that difference. So I'm good when I present these, I never time myself. Before, I don't. I prepare myself, but I never time to see if it's actually the amount. I just know how much I blab. And so I'm good at going, okay, that's going to take me about that. And then there's lunch, and then there's that. So I'm right on, right?
You're doing great.
Okay. Back to heart disease. So what happens is you eat sugar, you get sticky blood. That blood becomes very rough. Let's just say rough. I'm going to explain this in at a first grade level, okay? Because that's how I like stuff explained to me first, and then I go deeper. So your blood gets sticky, it gets really rough. It goes in and it goes through your arteries and it starts creating nicks and tears in your arterial wall. And these are wounds, right? So your body has to heal these wounds internally, and what it uses to do that is cholesterol. Cholesterol is like the body's Neosporin, okay? It is a Band-Aid for those wounds. And it has to go in and repair that arterial wall. So you have everyone always says the good cholesterol and the bad cholesterol, right? HDL is the good one, LDL is the bad one, right? Little dense lipoproteins. So there's two types of LDL. There's an LDL, which has a lot of protein on it and a little bit of fat. And then there's an LDL, which has a lot of fat and a little bit of protein. And the reason that your body does this is because sometimes the wounds are so bad, you need a lot of freaking protein to go in and repair that wound, right? It's like the stitch. It's like when you cut yourself and you're like, frick, I can't super glue that, I'm gonna need a stitch, right? So that's exactly what those LDL little dense proteins are, that have more protein than fat. Then you have the ones that have more fat than protein, and those are more like inflammation healers, right? They're gonna go in and soothe the inflammation with the fat, with the cholesterol. So what happens is your body goes and puts cholesterol all on that wound in that artery. And what happens if you never stop eating sugar and your blood sugar is always high? What happens? You continue to build up damage, right? And what happens is the body does what it's supposed to do, and it starts healing all these wounds. And it starts healing it on this side, and this side, and this side, and this side, and this side. Pretty soon, what do? You get a blockage, right? So they study plaque, and what's in plaque is bacteria. Bacteria are in there, and their poop, right? Because what do you build on your teeth when you eat too much sugar? Plaque. Because bacteria poop out plaque. Okay? So there's bacteria in there, there's protein, there's calcium, and there's cholesterol. Okay? So your body was trying to heal itself, and a bunch of other junk got caught up on that scab in your arteries. But what caused it? Wasn't the cholesterol. Our bodies are 98 degrees, right? So doesn't the fat in our blood flow through us? It was the sugar. The sugar makes everything sticky. So this is what you guys have been sold to, right? This is what I've taught you now, is you understand where it all came from, the history of it, and now you know. You're not going to buy into any of it. Now you know, you can't unknow. Okay? You have the packets. You guys can go back and reference. But ultimately, this is what I said. I posted on Facebook the other day, yesterday or whatever, when I was doing this. This is going to shatter your paradigm. So now you're not going to be able to live any other way. You're all in now. You're in natural health now. Too bad. Okay. Do we have time for some questions?
Yeah, we have 7 minutes before noon.
Okay, good. I have some time. Questions? Heather. Dandelion, yep, dandelion tea. Oh. I don't know about that, Heather. I say yes. And bring me a bottle, please. Okay, yep.
This gets confusing because we're saying nature creates what we need, and then you're saying plants are bad, but herbs come from plants. So how do you decipher which is?
Good question. Yes, that is really good. So herbs are nature's medicine, right? When we take herbs, how many do we use? Not very many, right? And our ancestors knew what to eat. How did they find out what to eat? Timmy ate it. Timmy didn't do so good. So not going to eat it anymore, right? All the information was there. We just lost it. And like I said, through famines, they learned how to utilize those plants that they could utilize and prepare them in the way that they needed to survive. But ultimately, what do we What do we require, absolutely require for survival? Protein and fat, right? How are those not ancestral foods? Right? They are. The vegetables, the original apple that has not been genetically engineered, you guys won't want to eat it. The only thing you can do with it is turn it into cider, okay? It has been genetically engineered. The banana that you see in the supermarket, that Cavendish banana, is a recent thing. We genetically engineered that plant to grow that banana. Traditional bananas are very woody and pulpy, and you wouldn't want to eat them. But we've bred them to be sugar bombs. They are not natural, okay? Apples and bananas are actually they're berries. They're actually berries. And you know what they did with berries? They turned them into ethanol. They made them into alcohol. That's what we did, okay? That's how we processed them. But we took them, we manipulated them to grow a lot of sugar, and now we grow them. The banana plant cannot reproduce on its own. They have to have a new plant every time. What is nature telling us when that plant cannot produce on its own? Right? So this is what I mean. You have to learn what the actual primal rules are. Because you can go out and live in the wild and think, oh, this is going to be great, and I'm going to learn how to eat off the land. And you better know what you can eat and what you can't eat. Because there's stuff out there that will kill you. And there's stuff out there that will really, really help you. You just have to know, and you have to take that old, wise traditions that we had, and you have to go back and look for it and find it. And that's what I'm teaching you guys today on a very high level. Now, herbs are nature's medicine. I use a ton of herbs. I am a herbalist. That's what I do. And they help. But if we eat right, if we live on earth in the right way, we need herbs just to flavor our food, right? We need the bitter quality to be in our food. But we don't need them as medicine unless something happens. Ultimately, we shouldn't. Okay, great question.
One more. Matcha,
Yep.
is it any good?
Repeat the question for people on Zoom.
Matcha. She's wanting to know if matcha is any good. It's really high in oxalates, but I will say EGCG, which is in matcha, has amazing anti-inflammatory and anti-cancer abilities. So again, you have to consider your problems. Do you need to, I'll get to you in just a minute. Do you need a detox from oxalates first and then take a small amount of green tea, right? You have to be able to know what your body can tolerate because everybody's different. I say a little bit of matcha every once in a while is okay. I don't drink it. It bothers me. The oxalates really, really bother me. But some people are better at detoxing them than others. So, yes.
What is matcha?
Green tea.
Okay. How about maca?
Maca, yes. Yep, for hormones.
Yeah.
Marisa wanted to know about maca powder, maca root. Yes, that has been used for centuries for help balancing hormones, raising testosterone. I do use maca powder. We have a supplement called B Vital in my office that's great for sex drive, and it has deer antler, velveteen deer antler, and maca root in it. It works really well. So yeah.
It works really well.
Ladies, don't get your husbands on it. Okay, in the back. Mary's friend. Hi.
I have a curveball for you. How would you assess honey?
Assess what?
Honey.
Honey.
All natural honey.
How do you assess honey?
How would I assess honey? That's the question. I'm talking to the people on Zoom, you guys. That's why I keep repeating. So honey, I think, is a condiment, right? That's like the same with the fermented foods. We don't want to do too many fermented foods either. We can create fermentation in our body. But honey is like a condiment. I think that it's okay if you use it seasonally and you're brave enough to access the honeycomb.
Can I just add? The other thing with honey is you can't control where the bees go. So organic honey, like I'm always super skeptical of. And you don't know what the farmer's been spraying like 3 miles away. So honey as a sweetener probably isn't the best. Like it's not the one that you can control the best. So we don't use it very often.
Plus, it spikes your blood sugar up faster than anything. Anything. Yep, Jacqueline.
You said how you feel about coffee. And
No.
Is that a lectin?
Coffee is not a lectin, and it does not have oxalates. Coffee is okay in moderation. Please stick to the AM time when your cortisol is high. We'll talk about that after lunch. But I tell people no more than 8 ounces a day of coffee because it does stress your adrenals. Yep.
I have a question too about when coffee and like peanuts and things that are stored that they oftentimes have
Mold.
mycotoxins.
Yeah. Diane's asking about mycotoxins and peanuts and coffee that grow mold. Yes. So a lot of those depression foods grow mold, right? The peanuts, the grains, a lot of them have mold. So when you eat a more primal diet, when you follow nature's rhythms, like right now, I go pretty much carnivore because the produce sucks, right? We don't have produce. So I eat a lot of meat and fish. And the mycotoxins are a problem. They are. They make coffee that is like the bulletproof coffee. If you have a problem, if you have mold around you and you have issues with mold, if you're allergic to penicillin, if you have a hard time with B12, you probably have a lot of mycotoxins in your blood and you need to do some detoxing. So you should avoid all moldy foods and do some sauna.
What about mushroom coffee?
Mushrooms are a fungus, so if you have... The question is, what about mushroom coffee?
She's forgetful. I think we established that earlier in the presentation.
Haven't been on Reels. Yeah, I need more butter. So mushrooms are a fungus. And they, again, like EGCG, like green tea, they, again, have a lot of antimicrobial, antibacterial. They have a lot of health properties. But if you have issues with mold, do not eat mushrooms because they are a fungus and they two go right together. So they are, but once you get your body clear of that stuff, your body can detox a lot of those toxins out. Like I said, you can handle a little bit of oxalates if you're not full of them, right? Your body will be able to get rid of them. And what happens naturally is you eat oxalates during the summer when the plant is growing, and then when it stops growing, you detox during the winter. Right? Sally Norton says this on her interviews that wrote Toxic Superfoods. You will detox through winter when you're eating meat and you're not eating those plant foods anymore. And then come summertime, you can eat them again. Okay? But we don't do that because we have Whole Foods that has beets for us any time of the year. Right? Or spinach.
Are you concerned about mercury levels in fish?
No. There's way worse things than mercury in fish.
What kind of fish should people be eating?
As fresh fish as you can possibly find.
And not farmed.
Not farmed. Yep. As fresh, wild caught as you can get. The place we get our fish from is Costco, unfortunately. That is the best place I've found that has wild caught. It's frozen. It's pretty good. I like the mahi. The salmon's like crap, but you guys saw how I grew up. So like any salmon is crap to me. We literally my dad would open up the fish and we would eat the fresh roe right out of the fish in the yard when we got home from. So I'm a snob. You can't ask me about fish. But Costco's the best alternative in the Midwest for frozen fish.
And if you live around here, I think the Garber Feed Mill has a Sitka salmon. I think they have a Sitka salmon. They actually was a client of mine. They flash freeze the fish and then ship it here. So it's for a salmon, it's going to be probably the best that you get.
We've been meaning to do that, and we haven't done that yet.
Yeah, you can subscribe.
Yeah, you can. It is not cheap, but their whole deal is they pay the fish fishermen really well.
They do.
So they're pretty.
And you get your freezer full, and then you can.
I want to make sure we're not running out of time.
Yes, exactly.
Good, thank you, Amy. What time is it?
12:04.
Okay, I forgot, I didn't get to this slide, but this slide is pretty awesome. This shows Mark Hyman here, the one that was on the Fat Fiction movie. Sugar is 8 times as addictive as cocaine. And what's interesting is while cocaine and heroin activate only one spot for pleasure in the brain, sugar lights up the brain like a pinball machine. So that is actually it. You can see the dopamine center in the red. That's the normal dopamine center. Look at the cocaine user and the obese person there. Okay. And I need my thing to work again.
Oh, just figure it out.
Okay, so we are going to now get into the primal forces, because that's what you guys all came for is to learn about these guys. So first one is insulin, because it's the most important. They're actually all in order of their most importance. I mean, you can't really it's like what child do you love more, right? You really love them all the same, but the ones I want you guys to really pay attention to are in the order they're in, because they're really the most, the ones that you can have the biggest impact on in your health. Can we go next slide? Insulin, next slide. Is the batteries dead?
No.
Huh. Okay. First, we're talking about insulin. Insulin is the fat-storing hormone, and it is produced in your pancreas, and it helps you process glucose. Okay? We need to have insulin. Insulin is very important to us, but we need it in really small amounts because it is a hormone. Okay? So having too much insulin causes insulin resistance and leads to diabetes, PCOS, neuropathy, and lots of other problems. And, well, there you go, as well as a cascade of other diseases. Insulin resistance affects 1 in 3 people. Okay? In type 2, diabetes killed over 100,000 people in 2022, type 2. Okay? So you saw the chart I first put up, which was the amount of people. Over half of adults have either some form of prediabetes or are diabetic. So insulin works with the circadian rhythm, and we're gonna learn about the circadian rhythm in greater detail. But I want to first talk about. Can we go to next slide? I think.
Yep, I'm working on it. Sorry.
I want to talk about how insulin works, and we're going to learn about insulin resistance because this is really, really important. So there we have insulin here, and it is the little purple guy. And then we have the insulin receptor on the cell membrane, right? Insulin goes into the little receptor, it turns the lock, and then the cell opens up and allows glucose to go into the cell. When the glucose is into the cell, the mitochondria are using it to produce ATP. When the glucose is out of the cell, it's in the bloodstream, and you have sticky blood, okay? So you want your body to metabolize that glucose that you have in your body. Now remember, meat breaks down to glucose. So you're always gonna have glucose in your blood, even if you're just eating meat and vegetables. Okay, you're still gonna have glucose in your blood. And you should. Your red blood cells, your neurons, your kidney, your inner medulla of your kidney need glucose, right? So we can't live without it, we do need it. But we don't need the carbohydrates. There's a difference, okay? So glucose goes into the cell. Now, what happens in insulin resistance is there's too much insulin going into that receptor too frequently, and it wears down the receptor site. It's like if you were putting a key in a keyhole all the time and continually doing it, the key in the keyhole would wear down, okay? That's what happens. Inside that receptor is a mechanism. That's okay, come on in, ladies. Come on in. Yeah, you can walk around, yeah. Inside that receptor is a mechanism to sense insulin. And when insulin goes in there too many times and spins around and tries to hit that receptor, you become resistant to it, meaning you're desensitized, meaning your body can't feel the insulin in there anymore, right? You stretched out the hole, okay? So this is what happens. And what happens then is your body can't get the glucose into the cell, so your blood sugar goes up. Your blood gets sticky, and you develop high A1C. That is what they test. When they test your A1C, they're looking for how sticky your blood is. And they say, you have high A1C. You're in the pre-diabetic range. That's how they diagnose you with pre-diabetes. And then what they're going to tell you is you need to go on metformin, right? They're going to try to give you some medications. Or if you're too far gone, then you get insulin, if your body cannot recover from insulin resistance. Okay, so type 2 diabetes is completely preventable. Type 1, what Tom has, is different. That is a condition where his pancreas no longer produces insulin on its own. It happens when you're a child. Does it happen in adulthood? Very rarely.
Well, it has been. The prevalence of adult onset type 1 diabetes has dramatically increased.
Okay, so they're not making insulin anymore in their pancreas. Type 2 diabetes, you make insulin, but your cells are not responding to it. Then what happens when your cells don't respond is your body just stops making it. Then you need insulin. You need synthetic insulin. Tom needs to take synthetic insulin because his body just doesn't make it. Okay? So in insulin resistance, it's totally preventable. You just don't overdo insulin. How do you keep the insulin low in your body? Anyone? Yes, movement and no sugar. That's correct. Both of those things. One of the biggest factors for healing insulin resistance is making sure you're moving every day and keeping the carbs low, 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 and keeping your blood sugar stable. Okay? Any questions on insulin resistance? I describe it like this to my girls in my group. You know when you've had your kids too many days in a row, too long without a break, and you're really like resistant to them? You're like, oh man, you're super irritating me right now. And then you get a break, and you're like a really good mom. It's the same with your body. You will build resistance up to the thing that is too much. And then you need a break. So we need a break from insulin. Next slide. So here are the symptoms of insulin resistance. High fasting glucose. So if you wake up in the morning, your glucose is over 80, you're developing some insulin resistance. High blood pressure, skin tags. That's a sign of sugar handling issues. Waistline over 40 inches in men and 35 inches in women, and patches of dark skin, and hormonal issues. Okay, so those are some of the early signs. Okay, next slide. Okay, so now you know insulin. Any questions about insulin? We need insulin. We have to have insulin. It is a part of our life. But we can't do too much of it or we develop diabetes.
Do we circle back on, they don't need sugar, there's no sugar, protein breaks down?
Yes, I talked about all of that. Everybody's clear on that you don't need carbohydrates, right? You only need protein, can give you all the glucose you need. It works exactly the same, but they don't do bad with like vegetables and like fruits and vegetables. They can tolerate it because they are so highly metabolic. But as they get older, it's better to avoid it. But yes, it is the same. Mm-hmm.
What was the question?
What about kids for carbohydrates? Yeah. My kids get mostly meat in our house. Heather?
So at what age would you say to start slowing down, giving them or letting them have carbs?
Birth. No, but I mean, our kids get, we buy them the organic Annie's crackers, and they're 80-20, That's the other thing I should bring up is 80-20. We'll talk about that at the end. But I mentioned it before we left, and I didn't tell you guys what it is. But in our world, when you're in my world, you're in our world, right? And in our world, we eat 80-20. 80% of the time, we eat a primal diet. 20% of the time, we have life. So we're going to be at parties, we're going to be at weddings, we're going to be on vacation. Just go have fun and don't worry about it. So my kids follow the 80-20 rule as well. Like there are many nights they just eat chicken for dinner, or they just have a literal hamburger patty. And that's it. But yes, I mean, little guys, it's hard because there's so many things out there, right? So you want to try to get them to eat meat before anything else. That's the biggest thing you can do for your kids' health. I just posted a video on the Family Holistic about immune systems, and the best thing you can do for yourself and your kids is eat more meat, because you need that meat to build your immune cells. Okay, so yes, you can give them carbohydrates. Yes, you can give them, fruits and vegetables. They don't need it. They do need some vegetables when they're in season. But the fruits are pretty junky. They create a lot of candida, bacterial overgrowth, because they're not natural. I should have put the slides in there about showing the original apples before we genetically engineered them, and the bananas. But they're not really natural. So even though you guys think they're healthy, they're not. So yes, kids need meat, and they need a lot of fat.
We got a question on Zoom. How do you test blood sugar? Because insulin is a function of your blood sugar, right? So when your blood sugar goes up, your pancreas gets the signal, sends out insulin, and that's what lowers your blood sugar down. And so there's a lot of people, I see this happening a lot. People will get these little CGMs, continuous glucose monitoring. 99% of the time, it's a waste of money. Just being honest with you. You don't need to monitor your blood sugar unless you are having problems. Look, I'm type 1 diabetic. My A1C is 6, which means I'm living at around 120 to 140, right? Last night I got to 250. I didn't die, right? If you're about to become diabetic and you need to learn more about what your blood sugar is doing because that's when you need to know, yes, then that's when you do it. But it's mostly just a sales thing. People that are really obsessive about watching their blood sugar, you really don't need to obsess about it. Every once in a while, if you want to check in, you can just go to Walgreens, buy a blood sugar tester. They're $20. Poke your finger. There'll be 10 strips that come with it. Check, and if you're above 120, and if you're above 120 ever, but if you haven't eaten for a while and you're above 100, right? But that's about it. Check once every 6 months. Even when you're type 1 diabetic, you go through a period called the honeymoon phase where your pancreas doesn't just shut off like that, right? It slowly starts to diminish. And it takes 3 to 6 months. It took 3 to 6 months for my pancreas to completely stop producing insulin. So even if your blood sugar is not great for a little while, you're not going to, okay, so I can't say you're not going to, but you're not going to die tomorrow, right? If your blood sugar is a little bit high. The big things to watch for are if you're drinking an insane amount of water, and you're peeing a lot.
If you're thirsty.
If you're super thirsty and you can't quench your thirst, but usually it takes to getting to about 300 on a regular level to have that happen. Because your body is it's getting to a state called ketoacidosis, and it's trying to flush the ketones out because now it's acidic in ketones. It's got too many of them, and it's flushing. That's why it's doing it, and you have rapid weight loss. That's what happened to me. I was 15 years old. I looked in the mirror. I'm like, I'm getting abs. Nope, I was getting diabetes. I can joke about that now. But really, you don't have to panic. You don't have to check in all the time, right? So just.
Yep. And while we're on topic of your blood sugar, tell them what meat does to your blood sugar.
Yeah. So let's talk about the 3 macronutrients, right? So you have carbohydrates, fat, and protein. There's a graph, and I wish I had it on there right now, but I don't have it. Carbohydrates are just massive spike. Now, there's what they call complex carbs, and there's simple carbs. It's all freaking sugar. Some of it goes in a little bit faster, and some of it takes a little bit longer, but I'm talking the difference between a spike in 15 minutes or a spike in a half an hour. It's just not that big of a difference. I can eat maple syrup, and my blood sugar will skyrocket in 10 minutes, or I can have a cup of rice, and my blood sugar will skyrocket and stay there in 30 minutes, right? So that's carbohydrates. Protein is about a third. In terms of a volume, if I have a big ol' hold on. If I have a big ol' cup and a half, 2 cups of rice, right? A big old chunk, and I got a belly full of rice, I'm gonna need about 15 units of insulin, and I'm gonna be at 300 for 5 hours. It's not gonna be good. If I have a ribeye that has the same volume, the same, I'm full, your body will break down that protein into glucose to a degree. I'll need about 4, maybe 5 units of insulin, right? So about a third of the units of insulin, but I will not skyrocket. I'll hit about 140. And if I have a well-timed walk, at about 30 minutes after I eat, I'll go for a little walk, kick on the insulin. Now, I have to be careful because my insulin pools in my leg, because your pancreas is on the inside of your body, right? So when it produces insulin, it's right in the center of you. Mine's on my leg. So going for a walk for me is extra important, but even for you to get that blood flowing, because it kicks the insulin on. That's what we talk about in our program all the time. Well-timed walks are unbelievably important. I mean, it's good to go for a walk when you're fasting that has other health effects and physiologically good effects, but going for a walk 20 to 30 minutes after you eat will kick on your body's, it will start circulating that insulin, right? And it will increase your insulin sensitivity. So those are like the well-timed walks. Fat, virtually no change. But fat locks blood sugar in because it's in your blood, right? So your blood kind of slows down. If I ate that crazy amount of rice that I just talked about and had to take 15 units, if I had like 3 cups of like peanuts with it, I'd be at 300 for like 10 to 15 hours because it locks it, right? Does that make sense? But it also locks it if it's low, right? So what I never do as a diabetic is I never have carbs and then fat.
Like pizza.
Yep.
Thai curry with rice. Mm-hmm. Think of that. Macaroni and cheese.
Yep.
That'll lock him in for a solid day, and he's high, and we can't get it to come down.
Well, you can, but it becomes like
it's a lot.
Fun.
Yep.
I'd say complete protein. Complete protein helps you break down just everything in your meal. Whenever I have and you guys know that. Well, I'm assuming one person doesn't know what a complete protein is. A complete protein is a protein that has all the amino acids that your body doesn't produce naturally on its own. When you eat a carbohydrate with a complete protein, I don't know the science behind this. I will tell you, it changes things. It makes your body. I don't know if it binds to the carbohydrate. I don't know if it flushes them better. My blood sugar doesn't go up as much. So again, back to that rice example. If I'd had half that rice, right, and I would need 7.5 units, if I would have had like 8 ounces of steak with it, I wouldn't need as much, and my blood sugar wouldn't go as high. So if you're gonna have carbs, I wouldn't focus so much on just like carbs and fat is kind of to me the real danger zone. I would stay around the complete protein. Like I always now, whenever I look at a meal, I start it with a complete protein as my primary, and what I'm looking for is a non-starchy vegetable if I'm going to have a vegetable, and if it's going to be something with a little bit of carbs in it, it's going to be a small amount. There's no easy way
but
of.
None of it's good.
Yeah,
I'm telling you that.
You don't need it.
No carbs are good,
yeah.
You guys.
I don't feel like I'm a lab rat, right? Because my blood sugar is screwed up. Like my pancreas doesn't produce this. I am a lab rat, right? I talk about this in the program. I'm sure some of you have seen the video that I have in there. When you eat carbs, you feel like crap. And the reason I know is because I feel like extra crap, right? Like I'll tell you, I feel like junk. There could be an argument that maybe once a week you have a half cup of rice, right? Like whatever. But we're talking about like a materiality level that's a tenth of what people think it is, right? Like they hear no carbs and they're like, oh, no carbs, I can't ever do that. Like no carbs means like you have maybe 50 grams of carbs a week. In a cup of rice, there's like 70 grams of carbs. There's over 50 grams of sugar in a can of Mountain Dew. I don't have that much sugar in a week, right? So we say no carbs. The 80-20 on it is keep it below 50 grams a week.
He is. So, okay. So any more questions about blood sugar? The big thing is when I say carbs, I'm talking rice and pasta and bread and that stuff, right, you guys? Vegetables do produce carbohydrates. Anything grown in the sun under photosynthesis will produce carbohydrates. But they're so much lower because there's so much fiber attached to it, and it's just lower. There's just a lower amount of carbohydrates in those veggies. So you eat a cup of cabbage and you eat a cup of rice, big difference in your blood sugar. Okay? So next up is mitochondria. Yeah, clicker's still not working. Can we play this? This is so cool. Okay, I want you guys to watch this. So this mitochondria are inside the cell. This is this little video of your cell. Those are the mitochondria. Those little red things that it's producing are your ATP, your energy. So in every cell, we have multiple mitochondria, and they are the powerhouse of our cell. Okay, so I love that little, okay, you can stop it now. So the mitochondria, next slide too, please. So the mitochondria produce our ATP. And if you guys want to watch this, do it in the morning after you've had a cup of coffee, because if you do it late, you will fall asleep. But this guy right here is super awesome. And his name is Doug Wallace, and he is the mitochondria expert. And Dr. Doug Wallace, and he does amazing. He's on YouTube. You can look him up. This one is really good, Mitochondria, Genetics, and Disease. So mitochondria are the powerhouse of our cell, and they produce our energy. They can produce our energy from glucose or ketones. Okay, and we'll talk about that when we get into the ketosis part. They are 400% more efficient at burning ketones than glucose. Okay, so that means more energy for us. They produce ATP, they regulate calcium, they regulate our innate immunity, they regulate cellular autophagy, which we're going to learn about, and they regulate our stem cells, and they signal our DNA. Okay, so next slide. So mitochondria are passed to us from our mothers. So our father's mitochondria never make it on. If you are like me, a mother of 3 boys, my mitochondria aren't going to go on to anybody else. My mother's mitochondria, which I have, are not going on to anybody else, which is sad, but it's true. When my boys have kids, those kids will have their mother's mitochondria, okay? So mitochondria are bacteria, and they live inside of our cell. And our life depends on them. And they are amazing. Okay, so next slide. Remember when I showed you that picture of the person with the percentage of carbohydrates, and it's in your book, fats and water. And I said 65% of the body was water. This is the water I'm talking about. This book, The 4th Phase of Water, is in cellular biology, mitochondrial biology. It was life-shattering when it came out. And Gerald Pollack has a lot of YouTube videos too where he's been interviewed, so you can go watch his videos if you don't want to read the book. The book is really hard to get through. There is a lot of biochemistry and biology in that book. But what he discovered was that the mitochondria produce water. They produce a 4th phase of water that is viscous, meaning it's a gel-like substance. And it is purified. It is the purest state of water on the planet. And it is inside us. And it does some really awesome stuff, which I'm going to talk about here in a second. So all you need to remember is that the mitochondria have a very important job. They produce our ATP. When they do produce our ATP, they get energy. They signal the DNA on what to do and how to express. So if our mitochondria are not working, who's telling the DNA what to do? If our DNA are our hardware of our body, the mitochondria are our software. Okay? So they tell the DNA how to work. And if they aren't working because they're overloaded with toxins in the cell, or they have the Warburg effect, which we're going to talk about in a minute, then they don't produce that viscous water. And that viscous water equals your health. Okay? Next slide. So ketosis. Next slide. As we said, ketosis, we're going in order here, right? So we have the mitochondria, and they produce ATP from either glucose or ketone bodies. And when you're in ketosis, you produce ketone bodies. The mitochondria are 400% more efficient at providing us energy when they are burning ketones. Okay? Ketones produce acids. These acids help clean the plaque out of our arteries. Okay? That's very, very important for you guys to know. You build up plaque in your microtubules around your neurons in your brain. Those become full of plaque. You develop Alzheimer's. Okay? So those ketone bodies, those ketone acids that are made from ketosis, clean that out. It's like a roto-rooter through your arteries. Okay, so you want them. Prevents obesity. Obviously, I have the world's best weight loss program because of this, right? It does. It prevents obesity. And restores brain function, which we just talked about. they studied, and here's all the things right here so you can see. They actually studied ketosis in the military. They're studying it right now by getting the soldiers into ketosis and how they can perform, especially the Navy SEALs underwater, because they can hold their breath for an obscene amount of time when they're in ketosis. Okay, so it lights your brain up, literally. And we'll talk about that in a minute too. A ketogenic diet combined with exercise alters mitochondrial function in human skeletal muscles while improving metabolic health. You guys can read about the ketone bodies and the acids there. I put that there. I highly recommend. Beta-hydroxybutyrate is one of the acids. Acetone is another. So when you get into ketosis, how many of you have been in ketosis? I mean, I know my girls have, but do you get that bad tasting breath? That's acetone. You are literally producing acetone from those ketone bodies. That acetone is cleaning out your arteries. It's cleaning your body up, okay? Beta-hydroxybutyrate crosses the blood-brain barrier. That's where you get the cleaning of the brain, okay? But guess what's at the top of the food pyramid that they don't want you to have? Right? Okay? They don't want you to have the fat. They don't want you to make the ketone bodies. They don't want you to clean your brain so you become clear-minded and you can think for yourself. Okay, next slide.
So I think Candy gets really excited about the technical stuff, but like I just want to make sure everybody heard that. Like ketones are 400% more effective than glucose, and nobody is using them. Like in our society, nobody knows about this. This is like the biggest. This is the biggest chunk of knowledge that we could possibly give you, is that this is real, and why we called this the Primal Force Conference, why it's the Primal Bod. This is because this is in your body. Your ability to burn ketones as fuel. That exists because everybody goes, well, what about all the plants that we eat, right? Do you know when agriculture started? Right, like 10,000 years ago. We were only farming 10,000 years ago. What about the millions of years before then, right? Where did our bodies adapt from? We ate meat. This is how we used to live. This is living primally. And so the other problem, and I want to point out, because I think there's probably a dozen different perceptions of ketones in here right now, and ketosis, because everybody's heard about it and had seen the junk foods and like whatever at the store, like, oh, keto and this and that. They don't have any idea what it means. So ketones are a fuel for your body, but ketosis is a state of being, right? And then there's the ketogenic diet. The ketogenic diet is designed, or was the conceptual idea was to get your body to tap into your ketones. But if you're tapping into your ketones, and our Primal Bod girls know this, you're not tapping into them all day. It's not that you're using your ketones 100% of your day, right? Mostly you produce ketones and you can test for them overnight. That's when you know that you're getting into ketosis. So it's not a binary thing where you're only using ketones or only using glucose, right? Does that make sense? And then the other thing I would tell you is most people have done the keto diet wrong, completely wrong. And the way that you know that you're doing it right, the only real way is to test your ketones. You don't know if you're not testing your ketones. How do you test them? With a blood tester. And it's only $50 on Amazon. Super cheap. A strip is $1. You test them you could probably answer this and tell me if I'm wrong. You test them basically like kind of first thing in the morning, because that's when you have your fast, right? When you have your fast, your body has depleted the glucose in your stomach. It's not in your intestines. It's not hitting your body. So what happens, right? Your pancreas isn't producing any insulin. Well, you don't have any insulin. You're not putting any sugar into your cells. Your body needs energy. So what does it do? It dips into the fat. But you eat eggs for breakfast, what's going to happen? The protein goes in your belly, breaks down some of it into glucose, kicks on your pancreas a little bit, the amount that it's supposed to, the amount that creates the perfect amount for men's testosterone. And was the kidneys and the red blood cells. And the red blood cells, the three places that need glucose, right? This is the primal part. This is the link, the back to the link of, well, how do you know that you don't need carbohydrates? Because your protein breaks down into enough glucose for you to have enough there. That's why there are no such thing as essential carbohydrates. There are only things that are essential proteins and essential fats, right? So ketosis, like, if you remember one thing about this whole conference, it's ketosis. Because most people don't understand it. It is wildly misunderstood. And so everybody has an opinion on it, and 90% of them are wrong, right? This is black and white. Like, how many people have we talked to where they're like, oh, I know a keto. No, you don't.
And so girls, primal girls, how hard is it to get into ketosis? If you don't know how to do it, you assume you're in ketosis, right? So how hard is it for you guys to maintain ketosis? Right. What if you try to do it on your own? Yeah. Especially if you have insulin resistance. If you have insulin resistance, it's really hard breaking into ketosis. It is a process that your body goes through, and it is the process that we should be in, and we're not. And it's been 20, 30, 40 years of eating carbohydrates that has kicked you out of it.
Can you tell people what levels they should be at?
So the best levels are 1.5 to 2.5. If you buy a keto monitor, that's where you want to be.
Like milligrams per millimole or something. There's some
Yeah,
kind of
millimole.
unit of measure, but it's all universal.
So this is where it talks about how. So this was the study I found on heart disease and how a ketogenic diet helps repair the endothelial layer in your arteries. So those are the acids that I just talked about. Those acids help repair the arterial wall. So the damage you create from sugar can be repaired by being in ketosis. Okay, next slide. And there's the beta hydroxybutyrate down there. Okay, leptin. Okay. So leptin, the I'm not hungry hormone. Okay, so another hormone. So when you guys come in to me and you're like, I'm gaining weight and I think it's hormonal, it is. But it's not your estrogen, it's not your progesterone, it's not your low testosterone, it is your insulin and your leptin, okay? And no one wants to admit it. No one wants to admit they're eating way too much carbs and sugar. So the leptin, the I'm not hungry hormone, first discovered in 1994, okay? This is new. They were like, whoa, this is the missing link to obesity, right? These obese people must not have any leptin because leptin is the hormone that makes you feel full and makes you want to not eat, right? But what they found was that these people, obese people, had a ton of leptin. So what do we know about insulin? When we have too much, what do we form? Resistance. That's what happens with leptin. You become leptin resistant. And so your body doesn't hear the message from leptin. Leptin is also a photoreceptor, meaning it is a circadian rhythm hormone. Okay? Leptin resistance leads to obesity. More than 2 in 5 adults have obesity, and 300,000 people die a year from obesity. Leptin is regulated by your circadian rhythm and your melatonin. Okay? Your melatonin regulates your leptin. All of this is going to come together in the end, you guys. You just have to hang in there with me, okay? Okay, next slide. Circadian rhythm. Next slide. Here's your circadian rhythm. This is the line of what nighttime melatonin follows. So most of you know that melatonin is secreted at night, right? How many of you have taken synthetic melatonin? Okay, don't do that anymore. Okay? You should never take something your body can make on its own. You should let your body make it on its own. If it's not, you have a problem. You got to figure it out so your body can make it. Okay? So this is the level. You rise in the morning, your cortisol starts to go up. And then through the day, cortisol starts to dip about 2 o'clock. Anybody get that slump? Like, ugh. That's your adrenals taking a nosedive with the cortisol, okay? It's because you've whipped them with coffee all day. Coffee will raise your cortisol, your adrenaline, all of that, okay? So then your cortisol starts to fall. And then your melatonin, and as your cortisol drops through the evening hours, your melatonin starts to pick up. And at about midnight, is where you really start kicking on the melatonin, okay? So about midnight to 3 o'clock in the morning is where melatonin is in full effect. Does anyone know what melatonin does besides keep you asleep or get you into REM sleep? Yep, you heal. Your body heals when you're producing melatonin, okay? Next slide. This is your light sensor in your eyeball. Remember when I showed you that picture of the girl with the sunscreen and the sunglasses, and I said this is one of the worst things you can do for your health? Okay? In our eye, it's called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. See that there? And it signals your pineal gland to suppress melatonin or make melatonin based off of what the light is doing outside, based off of the brightness of the sun or the sun has gone away, okay? So we've got a clock in our head, you guys. This is our circadian rhythm, and it's all in the melanopsin in our eye, okay? We're gonna talk about melanin in a minute. Next slide. This is the wavelength of light that we see, okay? In the morning when you wake up, it's really high in red, infrared, right? That's the sunrise when it's red. Think red in the morning in the sunrise, and then at nighttime. That's when the infrared rays are at their highest. Those are the most healing rays you can be around. And then through the day, we get the spectrum. So here's the spectrum, next slide. This is what the spectrum does through our skin, okay? All of our skin is a photoreceptor, and it's like that for a reason. So you've got these infrared rays, they're coming down, they're penetrating. These red rays penetrate down to the mitochondria level, okay? That's why there's all this big market now for red light therapy. It's because it works. But, right, you can go sit in front of a red box, or you can go for free outside and watch the sunrise. Very good question. Mary asked, I'm repeating it for Zoom. Mary asked, what about contact lenses for getting the light in, and what about the blue light blocking glasses that block it? Yes, those are all bad. They are all bad. You want to try to get up in the morning and correct your vision, and you want to look around the sunset, not directly at it. You can correct your vision. Jack Cruz, who I talked about, Dr. Cruz, the neurologist, has done this with multiple people. So if you don't want to wear glasses and you don't want to wear contacts, go out and start correcting your eyes with the sunlight. You have to get up and watch every sunrise. He says if there's one thing he could tell everyone and get every single person to do, this is a neurologist with over 10,000 brain surgeries, you guys. He said he would have them get up every morning and watch a sunrise.
How long? Infrared lights or whatever they are?
Nothing replaces what God gave us.
No, they're synthetic, so they're not going to be the same. You're going to get the band of light that comes from the sun, that frequency and the past one, that only comes from the sun. That's the only place it's natural. The lights up here are producing a frequency of light. I had a lot of you look through a spectroscope I have up here. After the conference, you can come up here and look at it. The light that's coming through here is coming in a really, really ugly band. But I don't know if you caught this because you didn't emphasize it enough, and I want to emphasize it. Every single cell in your body, not just your skin, inside your brain, inside your stomach, every cell is a photoreceptor. All right, I'm spoiling the surprise, but every cell is a photoreceptor. So when she's talking about light, what she means is the sun is where we're supposed to get it, and it is what signals this cascade of hormones in our body for our circadian rhythm. Right? So when Jack Cruz says, hey, go out and get that first sunrise in the morning, it's because that is what is supposed to start your day. It's what triggers all the processes in your bodies to start at the right time, right? So you can't replace that. And then real quick on that blue light thing and the contact thing, was it blue light contact blockers? I wouldn't, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, blue light blockers, the whole point of blue light blockers is to try to mitigate the bad, right? But it's still not making things good. It's just, it's trying to increase the amount of bad or decrease the amount of bad. It doesn't increase the amount of good, right? It's a mitigating effect. Like we have them up here, and we'll show you guys how to use them later. But they're
Blue light blockers are just for blocking synthetic blue light. You never want to block the natural blue light in the sun, because the sun produces blue light. Okay, so thank you, Mary. That was a really good question. So you want this light. The infrared light is the warm light. We have an infrared sauna, and it's amazing. It penetrates deep down into the mitochondria. It's great for detoxing. Us people that, Amy's shaking her head, she's one of our best clients in our sauna. But us people that live up here, you should try to get into the infrared sauna if you can in the wintertime. It'll really help you. But you want to get out, and you can get out in the sun at any time. You can go out any time of day and still get healing benefits. The more you're outside, the better. I'm going to talk about all of it coming up, so don't worry. Next slide, please. Okay, so I know all of you are going to be, what about skin cancer, right? What about skin cancer? Okay, so here we have an article, skin cancer patients more likely to be deficient in vitamin D. Can we really make sense of this, you guys? This is that. If we had the clicker, I'd click back to the idiocracy slide right now, okay? Because they're just not getting it. And then in this next study, they admit that the current vitamin D deficiency epidemic is accompanied by an increase in endemic skin cancer. There are still multiple controversies around this because they don't want to admit, because the statistics aren't getting better. Remember what I showed you? The statistics of skin cancer are going up. Why are they going up if everybody's inside, wearing sunscreen, staying out of the sun? Why is skin cancer going up? It's not the sun, you guys. It is not the sun. If you're going to go out and you're going to wear sunglasses and you're going to get fried, then yeah, that's a problem. But if you take your sunglasses off, you let the light hit your melanin receptor in your eye, your body will produce melanin, and you will give yourself the protection you need from the UV damage. Does that make sense? Okay, next slide. Melanin. Melanin is probably, I would say besides insulin, it is one of the top things you guys should know about, because it is a photoreceptor, and it is the most healing tool our body has outside of ketosis and lowering our insulin. It is an absolute wonder for healing. And we have melanin inside our body, okay? Our organs have melanin. Our brain, inside our brain, we have melanin. And the only way we make our melanin, we produce more melanin, is by activating the POMC gene. And the POMC gene is only activated by, guess what? Sunlight. So these are two studies about the internal melanin and the UV light. A review of literature revealed that internal melanin protects us against parasites, pollutants, low temperature, oxidative stress, hypoxemia, and UV light. Okay, so all of this is melanin. Our immune cells do a great job, right? They do. But aren't they taxed? Why are they so taxed? Because we don't have enough melanin inside of us. Okay? The melanin should play a role in our natural innate immunity, but we don't have enough melanin in us. We are white people, right? Our melanin sucks in. When we finally get tan, it's because we have melanin inside of us. And so our melanin is able to come out through our skin. But the first place it goes is inside. That's why you lose your tan in the winter, is because all your melanin sucks into your organs. Because what is your body always trying to protect? Your organs. Okay, next slide. So this is the brain. I read the whole thing.
It's all important.
This is the center of the brain there. The locus coeruleus is called the black dot. It supplies a principal nerve supply to many parts of the brain. the site of melanin in the brain, this site of melanin in the brain is said to be involved in memory. Any malfunction in this area is said to result in amnesia. The locus is also involved in emotion. High Coriolis function may display feelings of terror, panic, fear, anxiety, dread, and alarm. With low levels of locus coeruleus, displays of inattentiveness, distractibility, impulsive, carelessness, and fearlessness. Okay? So this is meaning that basically the locus coeruleus is out of balance with its melanin. Okay? Locus coeruleus is melanin in your brain. Okay, so the pineal gland releases the hormone melatonin in the night, which has effects on the brain, which activates the locus coeruleus to induce REM, rapid eye movement. That is how melatonin works in your brain to produce REM. It works on the melanin in your brain. How do you produce melanin? Sun. What's happening to us right now? Where do we live? Inside. In front of synthetic blue light that doesn't make us produce melanin. This is why people lived longer than we're going to, okay? Western medicine might be able to keep us alive, but we are not well. We cannot go out and ranch like my grandfather and great-grandfather did, right? It's because of this. And we're gonna see it's gonna get worse and worse for our kids. Next slide.
Can you talk about the substantia nigra and Alzheimer's?
You go.
Okay. Well, I just got yelled at for spoiling a surprise, so I'm going to do it straight first this time. Because I'm going to be forgiven for that one, but if I do it twice, it's over. So in the same study, there's a part of your brain called the substantia nigra. Nigra is a kind of a Latiner name for black. Anyway, there's a part in your brain that's like black. It's like got dirt. It's called the substantia nigra. What they find is that when that substantia nigra is depleted of that black dirt, your risk for Parkinson's goes up, and then your risk for Alzheimer's goes way up. Guess what the black stuff is? Melanin. That's interesting, isn't it? So, I mean, like again, now remember I said ketosis was number 1, this is number 2. Like, if you remember the second most important thing about this is get your butt in the sun as much as possible. Every cell in your body is a photoreceptor, including inside your brain, because those infrared waves go inside of your skin. They go inside and through your skull. Right? Nature doesn't make a mistake. It didn't put photoreceptors in your brain on accident. Right? And when that substantia nigra gets diminished, you have increased risk of Alzheimer's and Parkinson's. So all of my family that has been showing memory issues, I have been telling for the last 6 months, get your ass in the sun now. Like now. Because I want to be, I wanted to live and be happy. Alzheimer's is terrible.
Why do people that currently have Alzheimer's but they never take them outside? It's terrible.
I know, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's awful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's.
Can they recoup some of that melanin?
I believe they can recover, but it's gonna be like me with my pancreas, right? Like my pancreas is shot. And if I get can I answer your question in a really roundabout way? So you know what country just minted the most number of type 1 diabetics in the world? India, right? It's like, oh, you're like right by the equator. So how could that happen? Well, they just put a whole freaking crop of 20 to 30-year-olds inside of caves next to blue light. And now you've minted the most number of type 1 diabetics in the world. That in Finland, which is like super high latitude, right? So what's happening, right? Our bodies are shutting down from not being in the right light. Well, when you create that level of damage, it takes a while. We talked to Dr. Cruz. We went and had a meeting with him, a consult, and he's like, I believe type 1 diabetes is reversible. But if you want to reverse it, I mean, he's like, the majority of the time, it's a light disease. It's a disease of toxicity of blue light. That's what his belief was, right? It's like, interesting, okay. I said, well, how long would it take? He said 3 to 4 years. And you don't even get to watch the fires. You shouldn't even sit next to a fire at night. That's how little light you should have after the sun goes down. Like not even candles, he said to me. So I walk around the house with a ball cap on, red light blockers, and sometimes I'll put a ski mask on at night. Like no shit, I know. I'm looking like I'm robbing the house. I don't tell her where the guns are because I don't want to get shot. right? So, but like there's parallels throughout the body, right? So like, you know, you go, well, type 1 diabetes, Alzheimer's, I'm making a hell of a link there, but I suspect it's kind of the same deal, right? You have this, you know, we think of terms of like rejuvenating the body in terms of how fast the cells turn over. If you fall down and scrape your arm, you're good in like 28 days because all of your skin turns over in 28 days. Your muscles turn over every 2 to 3 years-ish. Your heart, a little bit slower. Your nervous system, 7 years. What's your brain? Your nervous system. So how fast is that going to repair? Right? You want to recover from something chronic, you're going to need to go back to the system, and it's your body's pretty smart, right? Like, so, you know, it'll take care of the bad cells first. So it might not take as long as, you know, 28 days for skin or 3 years for a muscle, but we always think in terms of like, how are you going to get better? Nervous system takes 7 years to replace.
Can we activate any of this melanin or help our circadian rhythm with like happy lamps, they're called, or like tanning beds?
It's
a modicum better, but
yeah, yes, you can do a little good with that. You can, absolutely. I would say like, we're going to get into the haplotypes in a little bit, and we'll talk about that because yes, the dark-skinned people probably need to lay in the tanning bed when they live in the northern. Us light-skinned people can just go outside. If you could go outside and stand naked in your yard with snow, I'm not kidding you guys, you will get the light and it will heal you. Now, what Tom said was, he said, I can't be around the light because I'm type 1 diabetic. And you guys are probably like, what's that have to do with it? Blue light raises your blood sugar. Okay? Blue light raises your blood sugar. Of course it does. Light activates photosynthesis. What does photosynthesis make? Sugar. Okay? So what did they do? And red light is available in the sun all day long. It's just at its highest in the morning. Our computers have no red light available. It's just blue light. This is why there is an epidemic of diabetes in Sweden and Norway and up in those northern regions, because all of those very European white people are inside their houses. They're not outside like Vikings. They're inside their houses in front of fake blue light all day with no red light to counteract or balance. And their blood sugar is just going through the roof and they're getting diabetes. Okay? Skin and eyes. In the climate we are in, it's almost impossible, but it's not impossible because the Vikings did it, right? So you can do it. You just don't like to do it.
Yeah, so like say we go on a morning walk, should we try to expose
Exactly. Exactly. And, yep, okay. Yep. So the question is, what about our skin exposure when we're outside? That's why I said, go outside naked in the snow because the snow reflects, right? The dirt reflects, the leaves reflect the light. So don't go out in the city. None of that stuff's gonna work. Go out in the country and get the reflection off of the nature, okay? But I'm telling you guys, it has to be for enormous amounts of the day to make it work. We have to be outside a lot. Like we basically go inside the house to sleep. And especially because we work. Anytime we are not working, we should be outside.
Because we're primal, right? Again, we go back to the same concept.
Well,
we are not supposed to be living like this.
And my grandparents didn't live like that. They weren't ever in the house. They were always outside. Because that's just it. When I was a kid, my mom was like outside, 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 right?
Question about the eyes. Like somebody who's really sensitive to the sunlight, would you just keep desensitizing?
Yes. We are doing this with my son Grafton, who has to wear Coke bottle glasses, and we just started working with him. We go out and watch the sunrise, and we get his eyes in the sun, and he used to be able to not open his eyes like this. I mean, he would literally, his eyes would water. It was so painful for him. And I'm like, keep doing it. And now he can go out, he takes his glasses off and he looks all around, no watering, nothing. Yes, you can, absolutely. Amy?
A couple of years ago, I had cataract surgery, and they told me, don't ever go out in the sun again
Yeah.
without sunglasses. So, false?
That you should probably follow their advice because of that surgery. Dr. Cruz, is that the one Dr. Cruz talks about, honey, with the cataract surgery? Yeah. He has advised most of his patients to reverse the surgery because you are significantly impairing your body's ability to get the right lights. And blue light, it's not evil. You're just not supposed to get it at the wrong times and in the wrong frequencies, but it is the light that releases dopamine. So what happens with people with cataract surgery, there's typically a massive depression that sets in just several months, if not years after the surgery. And like people, like there's a higher suicide rate for cataract surgery people. That's what his thing was. And it was like, holy crap. The truth isn't convenient, right? Yeah. I know. It's.
Would that be similar to like LASIK? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
Yeah. Just don't mess with them. Your eyes.
Don't have eye surgery. Don't have root canals.
There's a pretty prominent doctor. I don't remember his name, but there's an ophthalmologist on YouTube that has a kind of like a natural prescription for literally reversing myopia. So like nearsightedness and farsightedness, because the body is way more plastic than anybody has been led to believe, meaning like its ability to adapt. You can reverse myopia and farsightedness. So astigmatism is different, right? Because it's a little bit different. But a lot of these eye things are because you're sitting looking like this all day, right? If you look at, this is actually an interesting thing. In China, like a third of the kids need glasses because they put them in front of screens and in front of books, and they don't let them look out. There was a study like in the 1800s. Fishermen had like a 3% chance of being nearsighted or have myopia, and like accountants were like 30%. What is it? Is it the person or is it the environment? Right? It's almost always the environment. Remember the whole 90-20 or 90-10? 90-20. No, I was an accountant. Oh my God. 90-10, right? Like what was 90-10? I just lost my train of thought.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyway, so it matters that epigenetics. 90% of it is your environment. 10% is your genes. Right? So you're adaptable. So you're 90% adaptable to everything, but you don't. But nobody believes that. And belief is one of the most important pieces in order to activate that 90%. Right there. Can I tell one last little thing? Yeah. Radical Remission. This is fascinating. Radical Remission. This book I read. This Harvard-educated medical doctor. Some of you are nodding your heads. Wrote this book about cancer and how these people that were radically got rid of cancer just all of a sudden. Right? And it's like, how the hell did they do that? You know? And she does this whole thing, and you got to read the book. But in there's a study of they gave a group of people chemotherapy, and they told them, they had a bunch of people that had cancer, and they participated in this trial, and they split them. They didn't tell them what they were giving them though, and they told a group that they were giving them chemotherapy, and they didn't, and they lost their hair. They lost their hair. They weren't getting chemo. Radical Remission. They believed they had chemo in them. They believed they were going to lose their hair, and they lost their hair, but they didn't get chemo. So what does that tell you about belief, right?
So now you have to follow it up with Bruce Lipton's video on YouTube called The Biology of Belief.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that one, watch in segments. It is a lot to take in.
Okay, so thank you, Tom Fraser.
Love you, honey.
Love you too. I was talking about melanin. I did put it. Okay, so back to melatonin. So melatonin, can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. There's two forms of melatonin. There's a circulatory melatonin that is produced by the pineal gland, and that's the one that's stimulated by darkness, okay? And then there is a melatonin that our mitochondria make that is subcellular. Both of these melatonins are very, very healing. And like I talked about, you can get the sun's effects from the grass and the green foliage and the dirt. The mitochondria that the melatonin that our mitochondria make is active during the day. The melatonin that our brain makes, our pineal gland, is active at night. Both forms of melatonin are repair. It is the biggest repair hormone your body has. Okay? They're always repairing our body. Okay, next slide, please. So the melatonin is secreted by the pineal gland and the mitochondria. Only 5% is synthesized by the pineal gland. So only 5% of your melatonin is synthesized by the pineal gland. The rest of it is produced intracellularly by the mitochondria. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? It's triggered by our light environment. It's made from tryptophan, that's what's in turkey, right? It's an amino acid. It gets converted into serotonin, and that serotonin makes melatonin. Circulatory melatonin is released in the brain and spreads throughout the entire body. And circular melatonin, it's a mouthful, is triggered by darkness and naturally wants to come out at about 8 p.m. and peaks between midnight and 3 a.m. I already talked about this. NASA's studying melatonin right now for Parkinson's, MS, and Alzheimer's, and also long-haul COVID and cancer, PCOS. Subcellular melatonin in the mitochondria cannot be measured in the blood, so they don't know a lot about it. Next slide. But what they do know, you heard me talk about the Warburg shift. This is a big thing. I just taught my Primal girls this. This is really complex and hard to understand. I don't expect you guys to understand it this first time. All I need you to know is this happens inside of a cell, okay? Your cell goes through a normal process of a Krebs cycle, which is where you produce your ATP, okay? And you can have it through oxidative phosphorylation, and you can produce 36 moles of ATP, or anaerobic glycolysis and produce 2 moles of ATP. The cell will sometimes choose the anaerobic glycolysis. This is more happens when you burn glucose, when your cell is burning glucose versus ketone bodies, okay? So that will happen. But what happens is it gets kicked on, and it stays on, and it turns into the Warburg effect, and you start literally fermenting. Your cells start to ferment, and this is where cancer starts to form, okay, is this Warburg shift. Eating copious amounts of glucose will do this to you, okay? The other thing that will is if your mitochondria cannot produce melatonin, because melatonin kicks the cell back into the oxidative phosphorylation, okay? So you have the ability to turn off that Warburg effect with your mitochondria producing melatonin. What does it take to get your mitochondria to produce melatonin? You have to be in the sun. The sun is what kicks on the mitochondrial melatonin. The nighttime, the darkness, the void of sun, kicks on the pineal circulatory melatonin. Does that make sense to everybody? 2 types of melatonin. It's not just the melatonin in your brain making you sleep better. That melatonin that they don't talk about in the mitochondria is the most important melatonin. It is a really healing thing, okay? So you don't want your cells to ferment. They're producing glucose and they're fermenting. You want your cells to be a little efficient running machine. And the way you do that is through ketosis and getting your butt in the sun. Okay, next slide. The ketogenic diet, a high-fat, low-carbohydrate, adequate protein diet, has recently been proposed as an adjuvant therapy in cancer treatment. Ketogenic diets target the Warburg effect, a biochemical phenomenon in which cancer cells predominantly utilize glycolysis instead of oxidative phosphorylation to produce ATP. That is what I just said to you guys, okay? Heather wants to know if the mercury that is released from the amalgams in your mouth, if that mercury is blocking the pineal gland or affecting the pineal gland in a way that it can't produce melatonin. Yes, Heather, that is true. Mercury blocks a lot of stuff, right? So heavy metals get lodged in your fat because fat is where you store your toxins, okay? Your brain is 60% fat. So yes, it's going to go there. Melanin is detoxes heavy metals. Melanin detoxes heavy metals. Everybody write that down. How do you produce melanin? Yep. Okay. So yes,
We're turning this into the sun cult. Like whenever Candy asks a question, all you just do is just everybody murmur sun. I got to get that on camera.
So the sun makes you produce melatonin. That helps you detox heavy metals. Also, getting hot and sweating will detox mercury out. So mercury does come out your sweat. So sauna. But yes, that is correct. You want to get the amalgams removed by someone who knows how to do it too, because they gas off. So melatonin acts as a coolant to your cells. It cools the cells because the mitochondria is in there. It's working. It gets hot, right? Melatonin goes in and cools everything down. That's where the shift happens from the Warburg effect or the glycolysis, where you're fermenting your cells, into the oxidative phosphorylation. It's a mouthful. Melatonin at night goes in and cools down the mitochondria. That's the pineal gland melatonin that's circulatory. That goes in and cools down the mitochondria, and melatonin produced by the mitochondria during the day keep the system from overheating. Okay, it's your coolant. Okay, Tom's turn.
Okay, my turn.
Yes.
This is the part where I'm actually supposed to talk. Everything else was just bonus. I'll tell you when. Okay, so Candy wanted me to do thermogenesis. So thermogenesis, you might be thinking heat. Actually, I went the other way around it. It's cold. This is me. You probably figured that out. In an ice bath at our house. So some of you probably have heard of cold exposure. The way that a lot of the professionals, like Huberman on YouTube, Dr. Huberman's a pretty good guy. I've got a lot of information from him. He calls it deliberate cold exposure, right? So deliberately getting your body cold and its benefits. Like the things that you can get out of deliberate cold exposure are pretty massive. So there I am with our little buddy, the temperature thermometer, and chunks of ice cubes. So that was at about 52 degrees, and I was in for about 7 minutes. So next slide. So I'm going to ramble off some of this, and then I'll kind of summarize it. So thermogenesis is defined as the dissipation of energy through the production of heat and occurs in specialized tissues, including brown adipose tissue and skeletal muscle. How can we leverage it? So deliberate cold exposure causes adipose tissue to transition from white fat to beige and ultimately brown fat. So have you ever, how many people know about the difference between white and brown fat? Like, you know that there is a difference? So our bodies have brown fat, and you know when you're little, you actually, kids have almost, well, I don't know if it's all brown fat, but they have significantly more brown fat than adults. And you know when kids go outside without a coat on, they're just like running around like crazy, you're like, how the hell are they doing that? Like, let them go. Let them go. They're fine. They have brown fat. Brown fat is able to be recruited for heat production significantly faster and more efficiently than white fat. But there's good news. White fat can be converted into brown fat. Do you know what the difference between white fat and brown fat is? White turns to beige, then turns to brown. What makes it brown? Mitochondria. The presence of mitochondria turn the fat brown, right? So kids, the perfect little creatures that they are, right? They're so healthy. They're full of mitochondria in their fat. So that's what they have. They have brown fat. And as we get older, we have white fat. Now, white fat it just stores calories, right? But it's hard to recruit. Our body can't tap into it real well. Our body can tap into brown fat really well. So what does this have to do with deliberate cold exposure? When you do deliberate cold exposure, you slowly convert your white fat into beige fat and then into brown fat, right? So you might be 10% body fat, do a bunch of deliberate cold exposure, and be 10% body fat still. But if you went from white to brown, it's a huge gain, right? So it's not just for people looking to lose weight. Also, so this is number 3. The third coolest thing to remember about this is that, like, this is going to sound so wrong that you're gonna be like, no, that can't be right. Like, no shit, your body produces light when it's exposed to cold. Your body produces ultraviolet C light. It is one of our adaptations for moving north. Is when our bodies get cold, it literally produces light on the inside to produce its own melanin. Deliberate cold exposure activates that light. That's fascinating.
The light is called biophotons. And if you want to look up the research, Fritz Albert Popp was the scientist who discovered it. He won the Nobel Prize.
I know I'm right, but she knows why I'm right. Which is always the case. Okay. So the other really cool thing about cold exposure, so, you see all these like ice baths. My Facebook feed is like full of like the chili goat ice bath. I don't know, does anybody else see that? No? I'm probably because I'm a freak and I research cold bath stuff. Anyway, it's all over Facebook. It's like a huge trend in the biohacking. A huge trend in the biohacking community is that there's this ice bath thing, and it's really great for you, and it is, but not a lot of people really understand how to do it or why to do it. And I think that's what I have next. So can you click next? So how do you do this ice bath thing? You hear deliberate cold exposure, like what do I do? I'm gonna call it ice baths. You can take a cold shower and you can go walking in the cold, but water increases the thermal conductivity by 4 times, right? So your body will dissipate heat 4 times faster in water than it does in the air. So that's why they say baths. In a shower, like the problem is what's your flow rate? Is it covering your whole body? It's hard to study. It's kind of messy. So they typically measure, in the studies, they measure with baths because you can just submerge the whole body and it's not really an issue. And I'm going to talk in loose numbers real quick because I can't remember exactly what they are, but if you're below something like 90 degrees or 85 degrees, which we're at 98.6, 85 degrees is like still freaking warm. It's like the ocean in the summer. It still has a positive or a favorable impact on dopamine and I think it's norepinephrine and adrenaline. And what they find is that even at 85 degrees, if you go in for 20 or 30 minutes, you will have an increase in dopamine up to 2 hours later, and probably longer. They just stop measuring. But if you go in at like 55 to 60 degrees, and they did this for a really long time, but you can go in for probably 5 or 10 minutes, you'll have a 250% increase in your dopamine for like 2 hours or longer. So it's a really great way to like lift the mood. And isn't that interesting that it does that when the sun goes away? When the cold comes, right? The cold activates the dopamine in a different way for us to get over the depression, right? But what do we not do anymore? We get in warm cars with heat seaters, right? You guys live in Wisconsin. How many times are you freaking cold? Really? Not really, right? We've engineered our way out of it. Right, but like it's funny because I think of this all the time. We moved north and then we built caves, right, and heated them. The only way to live in the north, if you live in the north, your margin of safety is much lower because you don't have the sun anymore. So the margin of safety means like you have to be outside to be healthy. What did we do? Oh, let's just build some caves. Let's go hang out in blue light and heat it. Like we are like the opposite of Vikings, right? So you wonder why diabetes is a disease of that the further you get from the equator, the higher prevalence it is, right? Like it's just obvious. Okay, so go to the next one. Okay, so this could go in like 6 different spots in this presentation, but we put it here because there's some fun stuff with haplotypes. So haplotypes are related to your mitochondria. So we talked about this just briefly before. Your haplotype comes from your mother. And so there's something called a coupled haplotype and an uncoupled haplotype. So everybody had coupled haplotypes until humans started going north. And then what happened was our bodies, when we were at the equator, our bodies primally don't need to heat up very much, right? Because it doesn't get real cold. Like Turks and Caicos, I just checked because we're going there next week. It's like 80 degrees all day, right? We live by the equator. We don't need heat. We don't need to create our own heat. So a coupled haplotype is where everybody started. And then as we went north, our bodies realized that it needed to adapt to the environment and produce heat on its own. And what it did is the mitochondria uncoupled, right? It became less efficient. And as part of that inefficiency, it's the law of conservation of mass, right? So you can't destroy heat, you can only convert it. Well, what happened was our mitochondria became less efficient, but they really didn't because they started to offshoot heat, right? But what do you need if you want a system to produce the same amount of energy and heat? What do you need? You need to put more energy in, right? Because it's a closed loop system. So uncoupled haplotypes, and I'm going to talk about this here in just a second. I'm jumping ahead a little bit. I'm an uncoupled haplotype. So uncoupled haplotype, if you can trace your maternal ancestry, probably to Europe or Scandinavia, you're almost certainly an uncoupled haplotype. Your body is way better at producing heat from food. So we need more food, but really only in the winter to produce heat. But what's interesting is if you trace your maternal haplotype to a coupled haplotype, your body doesn't really produce heat from your food very well, and you don't need to eat more food to heat up or to get warmer, right? So it's just one of those things to kind of know. So I'm going to read some of this, and you'll kind of get the gist out of it. So the coupled haplotypes are more efficient at producing energy, like what I said, it's more efficient. And then people who are born in the equator typically can trace their mitochondrial DNA back to the coupled. And the uncoupled are loose haplotypes, less efficient at creating, but it's less efficient, but it's because it's throwing off heat. So by design, it's less efficient. It's intentionally less efficient, right? So go to the next one. The coupled, I think I already said all this. Coupled haplotypes are more efficient, generate less heat, and need a smaller amount of food to create ADP. You good? Okay. So you need a smaller, so if your haplotype, you have a coupled haplotype, you generally speaking need less food. And we also get energy from the sun. We actually have our own kind of a little bit of photosynthesis ability, right, through the biophoton stuff, that we actually do generate some energy from the sun directly, even though nobody thinks that we do. We're not as efficient as plants. We're not pure photosynthesis, but if you live near the equator, you need dramatically less food. And then go to the next one, please. So need less food, and also suggests that it would be wise for anybody with coupled haplotypes to live in northern climates with cold weather and weak sun and vice versa. If you do not, you really gotta hack your environment, right? Because it just depends on what kind of haplotypes you have. Is it coupled or is it uncoupled? And again, you can, if you're dumb like me, you give your DNA to 23andMe, which I did before I realized that the world is not what it should be, and I found out my haplotype is uncoupled. You can do it genetically, but if you can trace your maternal lineage to Europe, you're probably most people that are white generally are uncoupled. Most people of darker skin tones are typically coupled, generally speaking. Okay, next one.
Thank you, Tom Frazier. Cold.
Should I stop now? I'll just let her do the rest of it, and I won't interrupt again.
Just one quick question.
Yeah.
Are you gonna add a cold plunge next to your sauna?
I know. Wouldn't that be awesome? I know. If it was economical, yeah, but I don't know if people are going to pay me to get cold. I know. But then just come at the end of the day, right? Wear a swimsuit and then just go run and jump in the snow, and we'll let you back in. We promise. I'm going to do it.
Back door.
I mean, that's the way to go. There's going to be you're going to have to sign a release, a waiver. This is not related to the family holistic. You're not allowed to sue us. Oh, real quick too, you can get these ice baths real cheap. Like that one that I was sitting in was $150. It's portable. You just blow it up. It's not, the whole thing is not inflatable, but you just blow up the ring around it, and you literally your garden hose can fill it up. Your tap or your groundwater around here was, at least in the summer, 55 to 60 degrees. So I would take, we have a chest freezer. I would just take big old plastic jugs or plastic totes, put them in the chest freezer, and then I'd dump 3 or 4 of them in there, and that was those big chunks of ice.
But you break them.
You break them. You go in.
You broke dozens of plastic totes.
Yeah, I did. So you got to find ones that don't break. All right, you got me. You beat me. So I forgot to disclose that. So 11 minutes a week, split into preferably 3 times a week is best. And then there's something really cool I almost forgot to talk about. A glabrous skin. Anybody heard of glabrous skin before? Okay, this is blowing my mind. This is number 4. So glabrous skin is on the palms of your hand, the bottom of your feet, and your cheeks and your upper part of your face. And what it is, it goes, it's right from, I forget how they say it, it's nerves right to arteries. So for some reason, it's like a heat sink. Those parts of your skin are the glabrous skin. So your palms, the bottom of your feet, and this part of your face is glabrous skin, and it's a heat dump. It'll sink, or you can either heat your body back up from hypothermia or cool your body down from hyperthermia way more efficiently. Actually, doctors are taught this, that if they have somebody that is hypo or hyperthermic, to focus on the glabrous skin. Why do I tell you that? Because it's how you regulate your deliberate cold exposure. So if you go in and you're like me and you go, oh shit, it's really cold in here, put your hands on your legs. Put your palms of your hands on your legs, because you'll cover your glabrous skin and you won't cool down as quickly. And then when you start to regulate and can breathe into it, then let your hands go and then move around a little bit, right? Because you'll create a sheath around you of heat that will prevent you from really getting the benefits of the cold exposure if you don't move. You see all those tough guys in the cold baths that are and it's dude, you're cheating. You got to move the water around. So you got to move. You got to rotate the water to keep, because otherwise you'll be in 5 or 10 degrees warmer if you don't move the water around while you're in it. But use your glabrous skin to regulate your ability to handle it.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, that was really cool. It feels, once you are aware of the glabrous skin and you feel it, you're like, whoa, that's weird. Because you can, it just feels so much colder in your palms. Okay, so CT and melatonin. So cold therapy and melatonin. We're still in thermogenesis here, but I just wanted to throw this in because, wow, nature was right. You cool down at night, right? But what do? We keep our thermostats at 72 degrees and we fry our brains all night long. Okay? So get the temperature down in your room. Sean's going to talk, or Tom and Sean are going to talk about EMFs at the end, and they're going to tell you to turn the circuit breakers off in your room. So no heat. Cold. Cold. All my menopausal women are like, yes. Okay, next slide. Okay, and last but not least, autophagy. Autophagy is the breakdown and recycling of your cells. Ladies, if you want to have young skin, listen up to autophagy because it really works. So autophagy means self-eating. It is, you enter cellular autophagy between 24 and 48 hours of no food. Okay, so 24 to 48 hours after fasting, that is when you enter into autophagy and your body starts cleaning itself. It's cell remodeling. It's the breaking down and removal of old cells so that you can have that apoptosis, the cells die, the body comes in, cellular autophagy happens, cleans it up, and then you get the new cells, right? And it's how we remove the environmental toxins, degraded protein, and pathogens. So this is how we clean our body. Next slide. So this is with the dermal that I was talking about. Because in my Primal Bod program, this is what we work on is cellular autophagy because we want our skin to not sag, right? This is what does it. You literally have to get your body to eat itself and clean up all of that extra baggage you have. So a 2014 study in Japan found that aging fibroblasts have decreased autophagy. Fibroblasts create collagen in the skin, which cause wrinkles and loose skin. Okay, so they found that the aging fibroblasts do not perform autophagy well because, like anything in nature, you slow down, right? You don't perform anything well as you age, right? Next slide. Unless you keep your body moving, right? You keep your body going. I have so many clients, just a minute, Ann, that they have elderly parents and they're like, they're 98 years old and they're just running around like this. Why? Because they keep moving, right? You got to keep your body moving. So another 2018 study from Korea found that aging fibroblasts experience a higher speed of waste production, which results in skin aging. The researchers said that autophagy plays a crucial role in counteracting the aging process of the skin by keeping the fibroblasts healthy. So there's a teeter-totter line where if you practice autophagy and you let your body clean itself, because the other thing you're doing is you're in ketosis, which also cleans you, right? If you practice those things, you don't age. If you stop practicing that, those fibroblasts age, and then they can't perform autophagy. So you can't win. Does that make sense? So you got to get your body into autophagy here and there and, practice feast or famine, which we're going to talk about. Okay, and next slide. Now, this is what we're going to do about it. Anne, before I move on.
What is a fibroblast?
That is what produces the collagen in your skin. It's a type of cell.
Thank you.
Okay, so our primal path. This is the way we follow nature's rules while living in a modern world. Because let's face it, guys, we're here, we live in the modern world. We're going to do our best, but we're not going to escape it, right? I got to do my own slide. My clicker broke. This is Sean Baker. He's a medical doctor, and he's a carnivore. But this is what he says. Some rich guy tells everyone he's planning on living till he's 200 and comes up with some stupid supplements, biohacking nonsense, and people fall for it and give him a bunch more money. Here it is. Don't be fat, don't be weak, don't smoke, don't be sedentary, get regular exercise, get decent sleep, and don't eat garbage. That'll be $0. That's all you have to do, you guys. And you just learned everything you need to do to make that happen. Next slide, Rob. You know how to do it? Oh, does it work for you? Give me that back. Kids, right? Kids have a magical effect on technology. Robert got it to work. Oh.
He almost tripped, though.
That's your sign of aging there. Okay, so.
The whole time I've been sitting here panicking about missing a slide. All right, sorry.
And we did get our slides a little confused, but we all came around. Okay, so the sweet spot. Did you take that picture, honey? Is this the one you took? Tom took this picture in our yard out when we had our house in Cross Plains. That's echinacea. That's wild echinacea. Okay, so the sweet spot is live outside. We just talked about this. Be outside as much as you can, right? Our new hobby is be outside. Okay, so I want to hear some of you tell me how you're going to do this. Shelley, you go first.
I'm going to spend more time with my horses outside.
Okay, good. Okay.
I got my husband a pair of cross-country skis.
Yes, that is going to be amazing for you. Cross-country skis, horses.
Without goggles.
Yeah.
Not wearing goggles. Don't let them wear goggles.
Okay, who else? Snowshoes. Perfect. Walking dogs. Walking dogs, yep. I'm going to get into that. So here's the deal. When we had our meeting with Jack Cruz, he said, you got to leave. Because we have two little ones, Tom's previous marriage. And he said, you guys have to do the hard thing. You got to move Tom down there because he has to be in the sunlight. He has got to get in the sunlight to cure this type 1 diabetes. And we're like, we can't leave our little kids, right? So, because she's not going to move for us. She hates our guts, but she's not going to do anything for us. So we're like, what do we do? So what we're going to do is we're going to go down and spend some time in the sun. And that's what I've been telling all of my clients. If you can get your butt down there, if it's a week, if it's 2 weeks, if it's 3 weeks, I don't care. If you work on a computer, find a way to get down there and be in the sun during the winter because it will help keep your melanin up. So as far down as you can get. Every state you go is better than here.
The golden line is the 20th latitude. Florida is above the 20th latitude.
But Florida will work.
Florida will work. It's better, but.
What about Cancun?
Cancun will work.
What about Texas?
Texas will work. Yep. Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia, all those are kind of like, you're okay, but you need to get further south. So Florida is good. Mexico, Tom and I are going to be heading to, we just said Turks and Caicos, and then we have actually a 19-day trip planned to Puerto Rico in February because he has to get in the sun. We literally, we're doing it to heal him. Yeah, it's going to be nice because we're going to be in the sun. But what do we do, you guys? We're so stupid, right? We vacation to where we should live. Okay? So it's not right. Get up with the sunrise. If you guys want to be here in the literal Montana weather, because it's the same as Montana here pretty much, right? I'm from Washington State, so I grew up in cloudy, foggy, pretty temperate environment. Like we don't get past 75 and we don't get below like 35. So it's pretty moderate compared to here. But like Montana and eastern Idaho, it's like here, right? Like they get freaking tons of snow, it's cold, and you can live like that, like the Vikings, and that can be kind of fun, you know, but you got to do it the right way. Otherwise, every haplotype does well in the sun. Coupled haplotypes that their mother was born at the equator, they do not do well in our environment. We uncoupled haplotypes from the European descent can do well in both environments. Everyone thrives in the sun. Exactly. We have adapted through epigenetics to be in the cold and live with the seasons, but we have to be out experiencing them.
And you can't have your lights on at night then, right? Because of how much light do you get? How much light do we get in Wisconsin during the day now, right? Like, and are you guys all turning your lights off and your TVs off at 6 o'clock? So are you really living in the seasons? No, you're not. Are you outside in the cold getting a deliberate cold exposure for 8 hours a night? No, you're not. So there's this idea that you're living in this seasonal world, but you're not at all. You're doing the opposite.
I'm sorry, I'm just like kind of freaking out. Like 8 hours in the cold. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, you don't need to freeze, but you need to. But like we have completely out-engineered our nature's like discomfort. Yep. That's a step in the right direction, but even in the dome, like through the windows, you're losing a ton of the light.
Well, you build a greenhouse. I just saw this. I was going to share it with you. I haven't yet. Mom doesn't even know about this yet. You can build the greenhouses with the plastic that lets the UV light in. So you could go out and build a little frame and sit outside with your computer, and that would help dramatically, but it's still not good enough. You know, like we should be outside as much as possible. Really just getting out there and doing it. And if 80-20, right? And this is the thing about this. Poor Jackie over here is like, this is too much. Don't let it be too much. You're just going to do your best with what you have. You're going to know what the right thing to do is, and you're going to try to do it a little bit every day and be as good as you can be until your life aligns with what you really want. Okay? So get up with the sunrise. Absolutely. Like I said, Dr. Cruz says that's the one thing he would tell everyone. Wake up with the sunrise. Get out, watch the sunrise. And a lot of you, it's going to be hard to do because it's going to be snowing, it's going to be cloudy, whatever. But just mimic. What would you do in nature? You'd go out and get the firewood, right, to put in your stove. What would you do? How many of you have dogs? Whose dog wouldn't love going out for a morning sunrise walk? All of them would. Okay, embrace the nature of your latitude and longitude. That's what we just talked about. Go out, the snowshoes, the being with the horses, right? This cross-country skiing. Embrace where you are. Go out and get cold. Eat the food that grows with your latitude and longitude. So this is what I talked about when I say I'm mostly carnivore in the winter, because bananas don't grow in Wisconsin in February. They don't ever grow in Wisconsin. I don't eat bananas, okay? So you got to eat what's around you. Shop at the farmers markets. Shop at Willie Street Co-op if you can. Whole Foods is junk. They're owned by Amazon. Do not shop there. Woodman's, you're better off at Woodman's organic section. And Woodman's is really cheap, you guys, and they have a great organic section over there. So find local farmers. Grow your own food if you can, right? The local, yep.
So a while ago you posted where you get your
Meat.
Some guy up like Green Bay.
Yep, in Door County, Waseda Farms.
And they come here every other week. They come to the Madison area, and they will deliver.
Yeah, when you first posted it, I ordered a bunch of stuff and I got a beef in my freezer.
The beef, that is the best beef there is. Those cows are the happiest cows ever, and the cows are not vaccinated, they're not grain finished, they're all grass fed. They feed those cows, they let them roam the pasture, so they're not just eating the same thing over and over. They're eating all the indigenous herbs, and they're eating the literal photosynthesis from where we're at in the planetary latitude, longitude, right? So that matches our circadian rhythm with the sun we get. So that's what you want to do. right? Like when I eat fish from Costco, I'm doing the wrong thing. I am. I should be eating the walleye. I'm doing the wrong thing. I do it anyways because I know it's not that big of a deal because I'm not doing it that frequently. 90% of the meat I eat is Wasita beef. Okay? So find the farmer near you, the rancher, and eat the stuff. Or go out with your husband and get a deer. Women hunt. 50% of the tribe of hunters was women. Okay? Women know how to hunt. We know how to hunt. Expose your skin and eyes to the sun. Okay, I have people that come in and I'm like, are you taking vitamin D? And they're like, well, I get my arm gets the sunlight in my car on my way to work. No, that's not going to work.
Also, this is interesting. You think, oh, I get my face in, like that's something, it's like 10% of my skin, so that's good, right? But if you mismatch the UV or the frequencies of light throughout your body, it causes nervous system chaos. We're not supposed to really be wearing that many clothes, right? Like that's the truth of it, right? Like, so our genitals have the greatest concentrations of melanin.
And we wear a lot of synthetic fiber.
So
polyester and plastic fiber.
It changes the frequency of the light. If there's a different frequency on your arm than there is in your eyes, your body gets confused. So try to, nudist colonies are where you want to go. So what's that?
I have a red light, but it's just like, it's a small red light.
Yeah, so like, where are you getting it, right? Where's it going?
Like head and neck.
That's it. So what are you doing to your nervous system? Well, it's not that you shouldn't, it's just that it's probably not doing as much good as you think it is, right? It's not always the presence of bad, it's just the absence of doing the good that you intend.
So the next thing is, yes, so don't wear sunglasses. That's what you can take away from that. I know they're cute, but throw them out, you guys. Get your eyes in the sun. And then go barefoot on the earth. So this is the grounding, okay? They do make grounding shoes. Tom and I are actually looking into getting a pair. Yeah. They're not cute.
They have like leather soles, so they conduct electricity, and then they put a little copper in them so that you have a direct connection right to the ground, and that's how you get the negative ions from the earth.
Yeah, but you want to be careful with the copper too, because you can become kind of like
a rod.
A rod.
You don't want to do it near a cell phone tower.
And there's electricity.
I know that sounds like a joke, but I'm serious. You don't want to ground next to a cell phone tower.
The grounding sheets are also a problem. They're going to talk about that when we do the EMFs here in a minute.
They can be a problem. They're not always a problem. They can be.
Practice famine and feast. Okay? This is the biggest one. Practice times where you eat and times where you don't. And when you do that, I promise you, you will start to realize you're not as hungry as you think you are. And you have more energy than you think you do. Okay? So you got to give yourselves a break away from food. Because remember, insulin, you become resistant to it when you have too much of it. Tasha?
Do you want women to be focusing on their hormones for fasting?
I mean, you can follow your natural hunger cycles, right? We're more hungry during ovulation because we need to have enough glucose to produce a baby. So our bodies naturally, it's better to eat when you're hungry around ovulation and then eat a couple days before your period because you're going to be starving then too. And then you fast you can fast safely the rest of the time. But also, everyone's different. And this is what I'm not going to get into fasting because it's a big topic, but what you need to know is the 24 to 48 hours is enough, okay? You do too much fasting, you're going to create a lot of metabolic damage. You're going to get into starvation mode, and you're going to create more problems than what you started with, okay? Because your body always wants to conserve. In my program, we have a thing that we say, which is fat is the diamond of the body, meaning your body constantly wants to hold on to it because it is so valuable, okay? So when you go through long periods of fasting and you use up your fat stores, your body, next time you get food, it's going to be like, oh, shoot, we're going to slow everything down so we can make some more fat because we need to survive, especially if you have stress, because stress requires fat because you make cortisol from cholesterol. Okay? Do you guys know that? So this is why I don't let my girls get too skinny. We get a certain amount of skinny and then we don't get skinnier because then you lose your sex drive. You dry up, right? Drink distilled water. Okay, so we didn't talk about drinking water, but water should be distilled. Everyone should be drinking distilled water. Purified water, you guys do not know. That's stupid. That's like when they put natural on a product and you turn it over and there's a bunch of chemicals and shit in it. Like they can say that about anything. It's not really purified. Distilled is the only water that you can truly say is purified.
So there's a bunch of different kinds of purification. It's not that every type of purified water is bad. It's that you just don't know, right? Because it's a wide spectrum. There could be like just a cheap little filter, like carbon filter, that just gets rid of some chlorine, and then everything else goes through and it's filtered. And then there can be reverse osmosis, which is everything's highly filtered, and almost everything's gone, and it's filtered, and it's purified. So you just don't know. That's why we say distilled is best. Distillation is the act of replicating natural evaporation, right? It's evaporation, condensation, collection. And through that process, you get rid of like 99.99999% of stuff. And the type of, it's criminal what they're allowing into our city water, our tap water. There's pharmaceuticals in it. Those pharmaceuticals include birth controls, antidepressants, anything that relates to your hormones. Why are kids so gender confused? Could it be because they're getting birth control when they're 6 years old and they don't even realize it? Could it be, I mean, it's part of it. Could it be part of it, right? Don't, like, city water, I wouldn't touch it. Like, I don't even drink city water at a restaurant. Purified water, I mean, whatever. If you're out and you need to get something, purified water is fine. Distillation is the best. Distillation isn't cheap. We just bought a distillation, a 10-gallon unit that does 10 gallons a day, and it has a 10-gallon reservoir, and it was $2,200. But then you have the unit, and then it just creates and replenishes every day. You have to clean it, but that's not the end of the world. They make tabletop ones or desktop ones or countertop ones that do like a gallon a day or 2 gallons a day or 3 gallons a day for a smaller. Deanna has one, yeah.
You like it?
But I think I've heard you comment in the past, you wish you would have got a bigger one so you had more volume. So they say for about a 3 to 4 person family, you need about 5 gallons of clean water a day is about what you don't even realize you go through. Because you want to use it for your cooking too, not just for drinking. Showering, like, not the end of the world. You know, maybe put like a filter on the shower. That's where it's not, you're not ingesting it. That's the 80-20. Like, we don't boil our water and then dump it on ourselves. But distilled water is.
What about like spring water or like artesian well?
But is there farm runoff? Is the aquifer clean? Has it been tested? When was the last time it was tested? Because there's a ton of glyphosate going in, and they say glyphosate biodegrades, and it biodegrades down into AMPA, which is just as hazardous to human health. So. Maybe.
Is it better than purified?
Well,
maybe.
water is better than.
Well, maybe.
There's always
it depends on the aquifer. You just don't know. With distilled water, you know, right? You might not be doing the benefit you think you're doing to your body by getting spring water. You just don't know.
Are you adding minerals?
You can. The reason that people get worried about minerals is because they're eating shit food and they're not getting their minerals from their food. So when they take it out of their water, they're not getting it in the minerals that are typically in the water aren't very bioavailable anyway. We don't worry about it. Haven't worried about it for 6 months that we've been drinking distilled water. Haven't had any. And we've been testing minerals and we're fine. So if you're eating meat, meat has so much more mineral dense anyway. So if you're eating distilled or drinking distilled water and eating meat, you should be fine.
Do you restructure your water at all?
No. You can, but that's probably, low-hanging fruit, right? What's going to have the greatest benefit for the least amount of effort? Like structuring your water, like energetically, is probably up at the top of the tree, right? It's the last apple that you're going to grab before you move to the next tree. Like the low-hanging fruit is don't drink tap water, right? So it's you got to tier it, right? Materiality.
What about like the Pro 1? We have a Pro 1 filter. That filters.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a filter, and the thing is there's certain chemicals that don't get filtered out. They sell you on those things because they say, oh, it gets rid of the chloride, right? And they distract you with the things that it does filter, but they don't tell you or they don't want to talk about the things that it doesn't. Even reverse osmosis has its weaknesses, and it's one of the highest grade filtering technologies that it's out there. You can, this isn't just me like making shit up. You can go to the, what's the link that we have? My Pure Water? MyPureWater.com. You can go get a lab report of distilled water, and you will see it is zeros all the way down on over 100 different chemicals. Organic compounds, everything. Everything's gone. You go into a lab report on reverse osmosis, you go into a lab report on a carbon-based filter, and yeah, there's going to be maybe 0.001%, 99.9% reduced, 99.9%, and then you're going to go down and 0% reduced, meaning it's all there still. Like, there's a lot of things that are too small for those filters, right? So again, I'm not saying it's not a good thing to have it, but is it doing what you intended it to do, which is to drink good water, right? The truth isn't convenient, but that's the truth.
He won't drink the water at the restaurants. I'll drink it because I'm like, whatever, 80-20. My liver will take care of it, and he won't. He will not. So, okay, last part. Humans are a part of the fabric of nature, even though we act like we aren't, right? So we try to act like we know it all. We think we're doing the right thing, but it's like, let me tell you a story. So when I was in high school, we had the ASB, the student body. You guys remember? Was anybody on the student body? Okay, good. So we had the student body in our high school, and they thought they knew everything about everybody, and they would play around and get kids kicked off of sports if they weren't following the athletic code, and all that kind of stuff. BS. They were kind of little mini dictators, and they thought they knew everything, and us kids that weren't in the student body, like myself, we just were free. We just did whatever we wanted. Like, we followed the rules, but we did whatever we wanted. And they were always trying to enforce their rules on us. And nobody liked them. At prom, they all danced by themselves because it was like, you guys, we can't relate with you guys. Like, we want to be free. We want to do whatever. We don't want to control everybody. They just wanted to control. Right now, the people in control are those people, okay? When you get intimidated by the doctor, don't be. They're literally the ASB people in high school, okay? They don't know more than you. They really do not know more than you. They absolutely, now that you've sat through this, know less than you, okay? So you can't be intimidated by the people. I tell this to my kids because they're like, they get intimidated by adults, right? When we're little kids, we're like, oh my gosh, adults know everything. And then you become an adult and you're like, oh shit, you don't know nothing. Beep, 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 get out of my way, right? Doctors, lawyers, all those professionals with licenses hanging on their walls, they don't know more than you. And now, with technology the way it is, with YouTube, you can teach yourself anything. You can represent yourself in court, and you can represent yourself for your health, okay? Now, Western medicine is great for emergencies. You break your leg, do not come into my office, okay? Go to the surgeon. Not all of them are bad. There are a lot of good ones in Western medicine. There are a lot of good ones. They just don't know everything. So don't treat them like they do. Now, don't treat them poorly. You want to respect everybody. But you have the power. The power is in your hands. You just have to remember that we are a part of the fabric of nature and that nature rules us. What is it you say, honey? You can't?
You don't get to unsubscribe from your DNA. And your DNA is ancestral. That's why, again, that's why we call it primal, right? There's no better word for it. But until you realize that everything that you do all the time, 100% of it, is what dictates whether you're activating or deactivating or your good or bad genes. I mean, it's everything. It's all the time. It doesn't go away. And I'm pissed that we had to do this in a blue lit room, that we couldn't do it outside in frickin' Cancun, but you probably weren't going to pay $2,000 ticket, right? Oh, maybe. But maybe next time you all come to Cancun or Puerto Rico or whatever. What? Yeah, I know. Well, funny enough, we're gonna do that for our Primal Bod members. We're gonna do a retreat, probably to Puerto Rico or maybe even to El Salvador. We're talking about it, but we're gonna do that because it's so
Yep. Okay, you guys. So last, my thing isn't clicking, honey. We're just. Okay, so here's the blue light blockers, you guys. These are the ones. Sean, did we ever get an affiliate code for them?
We're going to send a coupon code to them after.
Okay, we'll have a coupon code for you guys. I set up with them an account. So block blue light. Tom found these. Did you find these guys?
I can't remember.
We're the same person, so we just give each other credit no matter what. I found them. Block blue light. That's what they are. You guys can come try them on if you want. I should have brought mine. Tom's are black frame. I have the clear frame. I think they're pretty cute. Thank you. But they work really well. So he brought the.
I brought a spectroscope, so if anybody wants to see and to like have it prove to them what's the light is, because you can see the band of light, and the red ones block 100% of blue and most of green, and these block about like 30 to 40% of blue, because you don't want to block all the blue. Right? Because you still want blue light. You just want it at the right time and the right amount. The screens are heavy blue light. So you take it down a notch with the yellow during the day. Then the sun starts going down, these bad boys come on. and then I walk around with a ski mask and try not to get shot.
And it's because you have photoreceptor all over your skin, right? So it's not, the blue light is not just penetrating your eyes, it's penetrating all of your skin. Okay? So you can do that, yes. We use candlelight in our house at night. Tom wears his blue light blockers, and we do have red light bulbs, and I forgot to put them on here. I'm sorry, you guys. But they are on Amazon. I'll try to find the link and post it in the Family Holistic.
We're going to send a follow-up email with the links to some of the things we talked about today.
But they're red light bulbs, so those are really good, and we turn those on at night time in our house. And then we have candlelight. So we play cards, we chill out, we don't do, if we watch TV, it's during the day when the light is out, and we make the kids put on their yellow glasses and we wear ours. But we really don't watch very much TV. So, hardly any at all. And at nighttime, we don't. It's dark in our house. Literally, you come in to our cul-de-sac, and everybody's house is lit up, and ours is like pitch black. It's like the Home Alone house. Okay? So, yes, blue light blockers are great. You can also buy blue light cover protection for your screen on your computer through them. They have all this stuff. They're great. It takes a while to get because they're from Australia, but really good company. Supplements. We did bring some of these today. So, I have over, how many supplements do
we have? Well over 300, probably in the 400, clinical grade supplements.
So nobody is more supplementy than me. They're just not. I'm the biggest supplement junkie there is. But what I said was I like to get it from food first, right? I love supplements because of the effect they can have. I have a chiropractor in my Primal Bod course, and she just did a gut detox, and she lost 12 more pounds. Now, she's lost 50 pounds in my program already. She was having a little stuck moment when I did a gut detox. She has access to all these supplements because she's a chiropractor in Chicago, and she lost 12 pounds in like 10 days. So supplements can really help, but you don't need to be on them. You absolutely do not need to be on them, and you absolutely don't need to be on them forever. Okay? You shouldn't be. You should just use them to detox a little bit, or as you need them. Herbs are medicine, so sometimes we do need extra detoxing, and we need the herbs to help us to tonify. But supplements that are required, absolutely required, that you do need, this is no questions asked, are fish oil, because you need the DHA. DHA is what's in our cell membrane, and it is the photoreceptor. Okay, DHA is a photoreceptor. It is where the light comes through and it hits the mitochondria, and it actually charges the viscous water inside the cell that the mitochondria produce from ketones. That water holds a charge from sunlight, but it has to get processed through DHA. DHA is in fish oil and algae. Okay? So fish oil and iodine. We live in the goiter belt. We are Midwestern. So we need elemental iodine because we do not have it in our soil. So we brought the stuff that we have from my office, if anybody is interested, and then vitamin D. Okay? You absolutely need to be on vitamin D. You are not getting enough, not even in the summer. And what I'm finding, I just started doing vitamin D test kits. What I'm finding is that you need vitamin D even in the summer.
We decided to run a little experiment. We had that consult with Dr. Cruz, and he said about the sun with me. So I help Candy, right? So I kind of said, all right, hold off, honey. I'm gonna go outside. So I sat outside in August and the first half of September, like every day for like 8 hours a day. I'm talking, I looked like I was a different ethnicity. I was dark. I was great. I felt awesome. I got my vitamin D tested, and I was just in the normal band. Wow. Just in the normal. I was out for 8 hours a day, more tan than I'd been in my entire. And I
only reached 64, and 64 in the vitamin D band is low. Okay, the range is 30 to 100. 30 is you're almost dead. Okay, that's what Western medicine says. You're okay. You're okay. We only look at you when you're at 29, right? So stupid. 30 is dangerously low. 60 is low. Okay, 80 and 90 is good.
I bet you if we tested everybody here right now, we'd get a mean between 40 and 45. So, and it's a proxy for melanin. And what is melanin? Right? It's your healing tool. It's the thing that causes you to heal. So it's your healing battery. How tan you are is the battery that you have internally for healing. So if your proxy for your melanin is low, where are your batteries at for healing? So when you get sick here, how long does it take to heal? Why does the flu come around in the fall? Right? Because the sun goes away.
What about the cofactors of D?
What's that?
Cofactors, vitamin K.
Because like everybody, if you're taking D, if you're outside 8 hours a day, you should not have low D. Yeah. So what about the cofactors?
Yeah, you will have low D because our sun isn't, the rays are not strong enough because we are not at the equator belt. Yeah. The only time it gets strong enough is when you're at the equator. So yes, it will not be strong enough sun here in the summer. You will still need vitamin D. Right. But vitamin K, yes, you absolutely need K with it. That's why I say D3K2. That is the way you want to take your vitamin D. And you want to find a good one. You don't want to mess around with vitamin D. Vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, so it can become toxic in your body. It will go into your fat stores. And if you are obese, overweight, or you have more fat on your body, then you will store vitamin D in your fat. This is the primal part, you guys. So vitamin D is fat-soluble. It goes in your fat. So is vitamin K. They go into your fat. And what happens, naturally, what should happen is as we go through our time of famine in the winter, we start breaking into ketosis. And as you start pushing fat out of your fat cells, you push out all vitamin D. That's the natural way it should happen. Okay? Doesn't happen like that because none of us are in ketosis. Right? How do you get into ketosis? You don't eat carbs. You lower your insulin. So your body has to tap into the fat stores because you don't have enough glucose. You're not providing your body with the glucose to burn. So it has to go to the fat stores to burn ketones. And that is how it should work.
And in Wisconsin, all the guys joke about putting on their hibernation weight, right? But hibernation works the opposite way, right? The fat goes away. It doesn't get acquired. It gets utilized. So like she just said, vitamin D is a fat-soluble vitamin, so it should go into our fat cells as we build some fat cells build our tummies in the fall, if we have tummies, if we need them, and then it gets depleted over the winter and released. It's the opposite in our culture.
And egg yolk is a really rich source of vitamin K and vitamin A, okay? So be eating the eggs. If you guys get gas from eggs, you have gallbladder issues. You need to come talk to me. But eggs are really, really good for you. Now, a lot of people can't tolerate them because they've been vaccinated, because they grow the vaccine in egg, and the egg protein is in the vaccine, and so your immune system builds antibodies against it because you have magneted it to a vaccine, right? So that's why people can't tolerate eggs. but eggs are a health food. So please eat eggs. We're running time. Okay. Secondary is probiotics. Those are controversial, okay? So if you are not having good bowel movements, you can try probiotics. But at the same time, it can cause, you better get a good one, because I'm telling you, you're introducing bacteria into your body, into your microbiome. When you introduce new strains of bacteria, they will fight with the strains of bacteria you have in there already, and you can end up with bacterial infections, okay? So you have to get a good cultured probiotic. B12 and folate. Again, eggs are really high in folate. Meat is high in B12. So you guys can get all of this in your diet, except the fish oil. You're not in Greece eating sardines every day. You guys want to go out and eat a can of sardines every day? Okay, you don't need to take fish oil. But who in here is going to do that? Sarah will. They are good. And then iron. Ladies, if you're menstruating, watch your iron levels, because your iron levels will go low, even if you're eating meat. Mine do. I eat a ton of meat. But I also fast and practice cellular autophagy. So I don't get the iron like I should. So around my period, my iron drops a little bit. So I know I got to eat a little bit more meat, okay? So last but not least, and then we're moving on. My clicker won't work, babe.
Oh, yeah, that's my bad. Just go ahead.
Nope.
Okay, just last slide. So there we go.
Last slide. So this, I love this picture. And this symbolizes why I'm here. Okay, so I know why you all are here. You want to learn more about natural health, and you want to learn about ways to live more primally in the modern world. I'm here because I want you guys to pass this information on to your children and grandchildren. Okay? You don't got to tell your neighbors. Don't worry about the adults. They're freaking on their own. I'm serious, you guys. Literally, they are on their own. They should have figured it out. What did you say about it's not survival of the fittest?
It's no longer survival of the fittest, it's survival of the wisest. And you can't change somebody to be wise.
They have to be in your flow and your vibration and your alignment to come into your world. Then you can talk. If they put up resistance, it's naturally in us to want to go to people and go, oh, I want to help you, right? Don't. They don't want to be helped. If they wanted to be helped, they'd come ask you. Your kids and your grandkids, that is who you need to spend the time on. Because a lot of times we give our attention to those people who we think we can help, we want to help, but don't, because it's a challenge. And as humans, we want to face that challenge. Like, I want to get them to submit to me, right? I want to get them to do the right thing. And then we don't give the attention to the people that really deserve it. The easy ones that are right there, right? They have little tiny hands. We just got to hold them. We got to walk them through life, and we got to teach them. Because guess what? Our grandparents dropped the ball big time. So now it's our job to take that ball back into our court and teach our kids how to play with it, okay? That is why I'm here doing this, and that's the promise. When I have girls sign up for my Primal Bod program, I tell them, the reason I'm letting you in is that you promised me you will teach your daughters, your sons, and your grandchildren. Okay? That's the deal.
Okay, so now is when we're going to lock the doors, and you don't get to leave until you say yes. I'm kidding. So we have a lot of questions from our Primal Bod members, and then we have probably some questions that you have in your head about, like, okay, what does this all mean? So what we've done with Primal Bod is we have this group of women that does this thing for 3 to 12 months, and it works really well because it's an accountability, and it's a frequency thing, and it works really well. So for all the Primal Bod members, just so you know, there's going to be a Primal Bod Mastery group where every other Sunday at 8 p.m., Kane's going to get on a Zoom, and she's going to do what she always does: Q&As, topics, everything else. Going to keep you accountable. It's going to be a monthly thing, right? And then, but the family holistic. So if you're from our clinic, you haven't gone through Primal Bod, then we still want to do the same thing with you. And you probably and don't look now, but we just sent out an email 15 minutes ago. I had it scheduled to go at 1:45. We're introducing a new program for the family holistic, and it's going to be a monthly membership. But we're going to give you, in both of these programs, we're giving you 15%.
This is my idea, by the way.
Yes. We're giving you 15% off supplements, which we only ever did in sales before. And we sell a lot of supplements. So it's an opportunity to get your supplements at a discount. But you'll get invited to a private Facebook group, which all the Primal Bod members know all about, and is great. It's a quick way to get a hold of Candy. We don't guarantee a response within 24 hours, but we probably will, and we just don't guarantee a response on the weekends, right? But it could provide an opportunity for a lot of you to not have to maybe come in for a visit to talk about some kind of minor issue.
So basically, I have my Primal Bod weight loss program. That is a whole separate thing. That is a very exclusive program. That is you better commit to me program, and we're going to lose weight and get you the exact size you want to be. That's that program, okay? The Family Holistic, which is what this Primal Conference is more about, it's more about learning natural health, and this has some concepts that I use in the Primal Bod group, but it's way different. So what I decided to do just over the last couple days is I said, we need to have a membership group for my Family Holistic clients because it's really hard to get into me right now. I don't know if you guys realize that, but it is hard. And 2 months ago, we had to stop taking new clients. Okay, so we are now taking new clients again, but I know it's going to happen soon because I'm booked out like 3 or 4 weeks in advance. Okay, so and Tom and I are going to be doing some traveling, and I want everybody to stay informed and connected. So what I'm going to do is 2 Sundays a month, I'm going to have a group Zoom for my Family Holistic people. And we're going to get on and we're going to talk about topics. You're going to ask me questions. You're going to tell me what's going on. It's basically like a visit, but you're going to be in a group of people. Then we're going to have a private Facebook group with that, and that's going to include me talking about whatever I want, right? I'm not going to be on the Family Holistic Facebook page talking on my videos like I used to. It's all now going to go through the monthly membership group. And so I'll be on there talking about whatever, doing lives, and then you guys can ask me questions. If you're just like, shoot, my kid has a fever, da-da-da-da-da, and then I can make a recommendation, ask questions for you. We can communicate through that Facebook group. And you get 15% off supplements and free tickets to anything we do. So that is, a lot of people are going to do that because a lot of people buy a lot of supplements from us. And it's a great deal in and of itself. I think they have stuff printed out.
So if you want to know more about the Family Holistic thing, we have these up here. You can just grab one on the way out.
So this is my way of, like I said, how do I reach the masses? How do I reach more people? There's only one of me, okay? And when you see 30 people every day in your office, you get burnt out, right? I can't burn out. I'm the mom. I got to take care of everybody that wants it. So this is how I'm able to take care of everybody if we travel, if we go, because it's really hard for me when people need me and I'm not available for them, okay? But I have to have a life too. I have to be able to live and have the energy for my kids, right? And someday grandkids. Shawnee.
Okay.
That girl, you did meet a girl.
So would you do Q&A next?
Yeah, Q&A.
We're gonna do Q&A, but then after that, we're gonna do a little thing about EMFs if you guys want to learn about them. We're gonna talk Sean and I are gonna talk for about 10 or 15 minutes about EMFs because I know there's a lot of confusion. So let's give Candy an opportunity to take a break after this. So ask her questions now, and then Sean and I will do EMFs.
Yeah. Any questions? Marisa, Gina, Mom?
It might be more for Tom. Is there, because you talked about weight and brown fat, is there a way to, is there like a test or like
To measure it? Not that I know of. I think that what they did is they probably went in there with some kind of like scope or something like that to see them, because they must have extracted it and put it in our microscope, and I don't think we're taking chunks of our fat out, and I don't know one. I don't think you're. I don't know. I'd have to look it up.
Like it sends an electromagnetic.
Maybe there's a difference in conductivity between white and brown fat. Maybe that's a good. I don't know. The types? Oh, okay. Go get a CT scan. Actually, don't. That's really radioactive. I'm teasing you. No, that is cool though. So they have some tech. That's a good. I'm gonna look into that. Ruminant animals are the best. Ruminant animals are animals that eat grains and that have a special stomach to break down, or grass, that have a special stomach to break down grass. Those are beef, bison, lamb, and why am I blanking? There's 4. Venison. Those are your best. So those are like tier 1A. Okay, chicken, eggs, even well, fish is kind of arguable.
Fish is a tier 1.
Tier 1A, but everything else is like tier 3, right? Like get your majority from the tier 1A.
Pork is the only one. All meat is good. Red meat is best with fish. They're equal. Pork is the only one that I tell people to limit because it's a 98.4% genetic match to us. So when we eat it, we get really inflamed. Now, I had bacon on my Culver's patty that I ate, okay? So 80-20. You can have a little bit of pork, but just pigs aren't very clean. They're not very clean animals. They don't, yep.
What if we know, like,
They eat,
we raised our own, so like,
yes.
we know exactly what they're eating, is that how?
Yeah,
They
well, they're
still
in
are
the ground,
prone
right?
to parasites,
They're still
so.
in the ground, rooting around, getting parasites. Doesn't matter.
Yep.
So you just cook the shit out of it.
All good.
Yeah.
All good. Shrimp, scallops, seafood, anything out of the sea is good. Oysters. Yep. Good question, Connie. Thank you. Yep, Gina.
Well, if it's possible, what would you recommend to someone who got the COVID vaccine and how to detox their body that
Yeah. Sweetie. So fish oil would be the big one. That's like the number one. Iodine, of course. And then I have some binders in my office that were actually developed for the COVID vaccine detoxing by a chiropractor, biochemist. So I can talk to you about that afterwards. And then I have another homeopathic called VacCord that I use a lot. I use it for infants that were vaccinated that have vaccine injuries, military people, medical people that have to get them. So we use the VacCord for that too. So yeah, there's a lot we can do. But if you don't have any symptoms, do you have symptoms? Yeah, so, and then ketosis. Ketosis, my dear. Getting into ketosis. You can get better. And sun, you can heal. Your body can heal from anything.
Live primal.
Yep, Heather?
Everything is energy.
What you say, okay, I'm still having like heart palpitations, where I'm sitting here, I can feel it, just I'm okay, and then all of a sudden it's like I can feel it stop very slowly, and then it comes in and poof.
How much coffee are you drinking?
Your redox is right. Redox is really low.
Yeah.
You need the sun.
And then like sitting here too, and I really notice it at night, and I have those sheets, but I should probably just turn the electricity off in my room. I feel it pulsating in my feet. You know, it'll go down to my feet, and I can feel it pulsating, and then it stops. So it's kind of similar, but the heart's doing a different rhythm. So I mean, I lived like this for years.
That's a little bit of like, almost like, yeah, arrhythmia, but it's almost like a POTS type of thing. Do you get dizzy when you stand up too quickly? What's your blood pressure?
Good. I've always had a very good, and they say my eyes are thick, very thick. My heart is very thick. I mean, there's parts of my body that's very dense, very thick.
Jack Cruz would sit down with you right now and tell you your come to Jesus moment is you need to move to Costa Rica right now. Like it's just, I'm not even kidding you because we've listened to him so much that it was what he tells people. When you are at the position where you're at, where your body's not really healing on its own anymore, your redox is shot, you need the sun. Like probably for the rest of your life. Like that's just the cold, hard truth. So if you can't move to El Salvador or Puerto Rico right now, like vacation, get as much sun as possible. Sun is your absolute number one path to wellness.
Tom and I are working on getting an Airbnb in Puerto Rico, so you'll all be able to come stay, okay? When we're down there,
But you got to be members. Just kidding. This is turning into a timeshare. Hold on, lock the doors.
Okay, good questions. Any other questions?
I did have one question earlier.
Yeah.
We should be living primal like our ancestors did. How come their life expectancy is so much less?
Because before hygiene was introduced, they all died of stupid things because they didn't wash their hands. For the most part, I mean the vaccine thing was primarily hygiene, right? Because we introduced hygiene at the same time we introduced vaccines. So the Western medicine gave all the credit to lengthening lifespan to vaccines, but it was really hygiene. So 300, 400 years ago, they didn't wash their hands ever, right? So they'd get dysentery because they'd drink out of the wells that were contaminated with fecal matter, right? And you had two types of diseases in the world, right? You have diseases of poverty and diseases of affluence, right? So diseases of poverty are like cholera or starvation or like getting hit by a coal mine bucket, right? Because there was no OSHA, right? And now we have diseases of affluence because we live in a world where we're getting too much, right? So there's like a perfect zone right in the middle living primally where you wash your hands, right? But you're also not chugging Mountain Dews and eating Cheetos at night in front of a blue screen.
And I'll tell you that the people that you can relate this to that live really ancestral are the people that live in the Greek islands that live the longest. And that 7 countries study that Ansel Keys did, he looked at those people and he actually moved to Italy because of it. But that was kind of what started the whole thing is the Greeks, because they live a long time, right? They have the longest living besides Japan. Those people live a long time too, but ultimately they live in the sun by the sea, right? We stopped doing that. We went further north and went into a harsher environment, and we had other things that killed us, you know? So there is a perfect happy spot, but those Greeks, they live pretty closely to a primal lifestyle. Like they're out literally picking dandelion greens out in their yard. They're walking over 10,000 steps a day. They're eating sardines right out of the sea. They're eating olive oil. Like they don't have blue light. They're spinning their yarn. I mean, they're doing things constantly. They're moving. They're living in their environment.
It's like the Roman Empire was like probably the best comparison of like a civilization that was pretty advanced before we're in our modern world. But like you go, well, why weren't they living very long, right? They had hygiene. Yeah, they were drinking out of lead freaking pipes. Right? Yeah, the gladiator thing wasn't great for their life expectancy either. But they were drinking out of lead pipes. I mean, they were driving themselves crazy. Their water was so bad that the kids would drink. They didn't know that boiling water is what made it safe. They knew that if you drank beer, you never got sick. So that in the morning, they'd give the kids cereal. They'd pour beer in the cereal. So, you know, like, what's the comparison, right? The truth is that if everybody lived primally within the bounds of being like, you know, common sense, right, which is not chugging beer in the morning with cereal, you know, your life. It's not even that you're not necessarily going to live longer, but your quality of life is going to get way better, right? That's the goal, because people are dead at 60, buried at 80, right? In our country, they're dead at 60, buried at 80.
Yeah, Diane. Yep. Eat red meat for a week and see how you feel, and then get your body cleaned out of the oxalates, and then you can start with the fasting. But don't do fasting longer than 48 hours.
And you just drink water during fasting?
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Just a comment. Can she work up to fasting number of hours?
Yes, you can.
With that too. I can't fast. I'm so hungry. But you just have to work up into it. So
And if you're
make it more than 4 hours, you know, push yourself to 6.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
It's not like go 24 hours instantaneously. You probably will not make it.
Well, this is what I teach in my program is when it's okay to be hungry.
Yeah.
Because there is a good time to be hungry, because when you're hungry, it's telling me when you have extra fat on your body and you can't fast for longer than 4 hours, it's because 1, you're not in ketosis, and 2, you're not leptin sensitive. Okay? So there's a big rhyme or reason why. This is why I created this whole program, because there's so much to know about it. It's not easy. It really isn't. You can do a lot, Diane, though, just cutting back on just eating red meat you could just eat red meat for 6 months and see a huge dramatic benefit. Absolutely. Heather?
Well, how would you tell a kid, 16, 17, 18-year-old that wants to build muscle?
Oh, have them go watch, look on the website for my transformation, because I stopped eating crap meat, ate meat only, did a third of the exercise, and got 3 times as ripped as I've ever been in my life. No shit. They're not getting enough protein, and animal-based protein. I was doing CrossFit 5 times a week and eating a pretty normal diet, probably getting 50 to 60 grams of carbs, and I was like, you know, that looked decent. And then I just said, screw it. I'm just going to do 2 sets of 30 minutes pull-ups and push-ups twice a week. That was it. And I ate probably between 120 and 150 grams of protein, and I'd never been stronger in my entire life. I could do 20 pull-ups. 20 pull-ups. I would argue that 70 to 80% of your body composition for muscle, for anybody looking to gain weight, is a function of your food, not your exercise. So have them just look at pictures of guys that have gone carnivore. I mean, it's like, holy crap. That's all you got to do.
Yep. Do you guys have a favorite resource for vegans?
Favorite what?
A favorite resource for vegans?
Time, because they just haven't figured it out yet. Yeah. Everybody's either a vegan or a recovering vegan.
Yeah. They will be there soon.
Yeah.
But no, all you can do is just wait with them, really. I mean, they're not going to hear you. They're bought into the scam.
Yeah.
The fiction movie is good.
That's the message of like send your energy to the kids, not to the adults. Because it's just like you hit your head against the wall. It doesn't help.
Yeah.
Because women are the health nucleus of the family. They're 85% of our client base. They're probably 10 times more likely to spend money on their health than men are. And if they're the health nucleus of the family, they're the place to start to gain roots so you can spread. Men will do what their wives do. Women will not do what their husbands do. I hate to say it, but it's true. So I agree with you. I would love to have a man primal bod, but they don't do it. They don't. So I'll give you the behind the scenes. I'll give you the behind the scenes economics. Okay. So our program, you have to pay for our program. Do you know how much it costs us to get a woman to do our program? It costs us between $300 and $500 to find a woman on Facebook to do it. So if you sign up for one of our ads, it costs us $300 to $500 to acquire you. So we don't make that much money. We don't make as much money as you think we do. And if we were to go to men, we'd pay probably between $3,000 and $5,000 to sell them a $1,500 program. We just can't do it, right? I will do whatever I can do, but we have to live within the parameters of economics, and those are defined by our social, cultural norms. Men just don't spend their money, and so I would love to do it, but we just can't. I mean, if you can find me a bunch of dudes, yeah.
When they see their wives rocking their bodies,
and so that's
they're like, okay, I'm gonna do this.
Women, 40-year-old women, like no kidding, are the way into changing the world, because they are the ones that should be teaching the kids and should be teaching the grandkids. So that's why we target them, because we have like these ulterior motives, like which are to help kids, right? So the next generation's good. And so how do you do that? You go to the 40 to 60-year-old woman. That's your best inroad, right? That's why we play in that zone, and it's economical.
Powder, way isolate, anything like that?
Everything is energy, right? So everything has an energy with it, and when you start stripping things out, you lose some of the energy. Our bodies speak in terms of energy. So E equals MC squared. Probably a lot of you heard me say that. So if you eat an animal, it still has the vital energy. Even though the animal's dead, that vital energy is in the meat. When you cook it, you lose a little bit of it. But when you strip it and you have just the powder and then you reconstitute it, you don't have that life force. You're not eating life force anymore, right? So you can get some of your nutrients there, but I tell you to don't get more than 20% of your nutrients from a lifeless source.
Also, pulverized protein breaks down straight to glucose in your blood.
Yes, that's another good point.
So if he drinks a protein powder, even if it's like the ones I sell in my office, which are the Ancient Nutrition, they're super clean. They're the best ones. I hate them, but they are the best ones. Even when you do that, his blood sugar will spike up immediately.
But if for us dudes, and I know that for a lot of the women's too, if you eat 2 pounds of meat a day, which is about what you need to get to be pretty full if you're not super duper active. I mean, 2 pounds of meat, if you're eating just ribeye, you're probably getting about 120 to 150 grams of protein a day, right? So you're right on target. You're right on the money if you have about 2 pounds of meat a day. If it's more ground beef, which is higher fat, you might need a little bit higher protein somewhere else. But that's why we say just like steaks. I mean, I will tell you that I have never felt better when I ate strictly meat. I was super clear. And I still do it. I'll still go bouts. Every once in a while, we all want a little break. We want flavor, some other things. So I'm not saying it's but everybody should do carnivore for 2 weeks in their life. Just try it. You will, and you will grow muscles. You don't poop as much though. Funny enough.
How do you combat that?
Funny enough, you actually don't need to poop as much because your body it's not fiber. Your body utilizes it. So even though you think, well, your stomach's just going to distend because you're going to have all this poop in there, right? Because you're not pooping. You don't. Your body burns it more efficiently. They actually, in the Air Force, when they send the guys up to like the super stratosphere flights that last for like 8 to 12 hours that they can't come down and they don't have a toilet on board, they make them eat only meat for like, I think it's like a day or two ahead of time so that they don't have to poop as much. And it's not unhealthy. Everybody will take a little while to regulate to like, I mean, the first couple days might not be super fun, right? But then after like a week or two, this was what happened to me, after a week or two, things normalize out, right? So you might need like some kind of like, not laxative, but something to, you know, soothe that process for like a week, but then you shouldn't need it. Just drink enough water.
Yeah,
It's a really good question.
Better, but ladies, we should always be pooping. Men cannot go easier than we can, but we have estrogen we have to eliminate through our stools. So we really need to make sure we poop regularly. Men can go longer than we can. So it is important. But yes, it's usually a gallbladder issue, or you have a really sluggish colon from low redox. Again, you heard low redox means low energy. Your body just doesn't have the get up and go because the water in the cells is not charged with the sun. So you got to get your ass in the cold bath and make your own light so you can produce that charge in your mitochondria in your cell, inner cell membrane.
So would you say the same for a female if she wants to bulk up?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Protein. Clean, because you don't want, you are not going to be healthier than the food that you eat. So if you eat grain-fed cow that was injected with antibiotics and vaccines, what are you eating, right? Yep. So then that's just a comment for everybody. Just always think quality, right? Because you are the energy of whatever you eat. So yeah, Candy we were completely carnivore for 3 months, and did great.
Just a quick question. What kind of candles do you burn at night?
We burn the ones that I sell in my office that are they soy, Sean? And they're essential oil ones.
Well,
the Hemlock Park.
I forget the natural
Hemlock
element,
Park.
but they're not synthetic and not synthetic fragrance. So the ones
And
you
the
get at
wick
Walmart,
isn't
Target,
synthetic.
Not good. Not good. You don't want it because it's part of your environment to get that.
You want a
fake-
coconut-based or a soy-based wax in a wooden wick. And it can be, if it's scented, essential oils, that's all.
There's a YouTube channel called Outdoor Boys where this guy, anybody heard of it? It's super cool.
Oh,
Outdoor
please,
Boys.
You gotta start watching
Oh, it's the best. This guy, he was a lawyer, and he goes around and he does survival camping, and he brings his freaking like 2-year-old kids to like negative 60 degrees in the Arctic, in like Alaska, and builds like tents and like heat stuff. And
He doesn't build tents. He builds literal ice caves, ice snow fort igloos.
Yeah.
And he was a lawyer.
Yeah.
They lived in Virginia. He has 3 little boys. He takes them all over the country, him and his wife, and he camps with them like no dad has ever camped with their kids. But disclaimer, he eats really bad food. He's the nicest guy you'll ever see. You guys got to watch him. Outdoor Boys. His name's Luke.
If you watch him, you will not be afraid about bringing your kids into the cold.
YouTube, Outdoor Boys,
Because these
Luke.
little boys go out there in like negative 20 degrees, and they're just fine.
When we watch TV during the day with our kids, that's what they get to watch is Outdoor Boys. Because you learn a lot. Yep.
Yeah, it's a lot
Hunting,
of Alaska stuff, but there's a lot
fishing.
of other stuff on there too. It's really cool.
He takes them all over, so it's really good.